She's just a girl and she's on fire. There you go, Quack.
All right, hello everyone. It has been a minute. How we doing? Good to see all of you. First of all, that's a lot of gifted subs. Archimedes Shadow, thank you for right before the stream, the 10 gifted subs, and then 5 minutes ago another 5 gifted subs. 15 gifted subs in half an hour. Absolute legend. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. It goes a long way. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Seriously, means the world. And then we got Ember with the Prime for 14 months. Thank you so much, Ember. I appreciate it. And also, importantly, Kevin, are we saying hi? Are we saying hi to everyone? No? Okay. Stump, thank you for the 16 months. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Not that end, Kevin. There you go. That's better. And how are we doing? Shay, Stump, Archimedes Shadow, Ember, Rohith, Roddy, Tenor, Mackers, Pericles, Dex, um, Reckless Monster, Kitty, Irwin Mech, Kingman, Code Gemini. Is that playing? It looks like it cut off. I'll read it then. There was once a gamer who went to stream and the name of Quag was the Big Juicy. The chat blew up, the game was played. Oh, Chad, my chatty Chad's Chad. I understood where you were going with that, excuse me, in like the first couple seconds. That was beautiful. Hey, Low Fidelity, how you doing? So yeah, I was off for a little bit. I've had a bit of a health situation in the background for a bit, and as other chronically ill people in the chat can probably report, sometimes something can just set it off, make it worse for a bit. So basically, I spent 4 days, like, mostly just in that bed, not doing much of anything. I finally managed to start eating meals again, yesterday, so that was cool. So I have enough energy to stream now. But I'm gonna try to take it easy, not do too much, because walking up and down stairs to get my laundry kind of wiped out my lung capacity too. It sucks. But hey, we got cats. How you doing, cat? Better? Thank you. I'm doing my best. In terms of stream schedule, I'm gonna try to stream tomorrow, normal time as well. But then starting Friday until the following Tuesday, not the immediately following Tuesday, the one after, I'll be away. So for 10 days, I won't be here. Starting on Friday, 10 days, okay? Obviously, the day I get back, depending on what time I make it home, I may or may not do a later stream that day, but I wouldn't plan on it. But yeah, I'll be away for a little bit, starting the end of this week. And then when I do come back, I'm thinking we rotate more variety into the schedule, because there's a couple of great ideas for stream playthrough content that you guys have had that I do want to work in. I believe it was several months of Jester and Carter trying to get me to do it, but I think I'm going to do a full series Dragon Age playthrough on stream. That sounds like a good time. Yeah, Jake, I agree. I think I'm going to do that. Play Elden Ring finally. When I do finally switch over to new PC, Dave, I'll do that. Yeah. Running Amnesia Reaper Bones, totally right about being free damage. Yeah, it's so good. It's just, you can kind of slap that onto a variety of different setups, and it just works. It just works. But today, in Wonderlands, an experiment that's been kind of sitting in my ever-present notepad doc of something I wanted to mess around with was really high crit chance Ghostblade. I should have the game open while we talk about this, but... So basically, crit chance is a stat that confuses a lot of people in this game still, and I wanted to take some time to go over when and when not to focus on crit stacking. So, I've got this Great Axe on right now, which has a base crit chance of 9%. That's on the lower end for melee weapons. There are some melee weapons that have as little as 0% card crit. What that means is you would get nothing on top of the global base of 5% crit chance that everything except for 4 things in the game have. Now, those 4 things are things that are not allowed to crit. Although I guess it's 5 things now. Spore Fuse, Blast Gasp, Blast Chill, Mosquito Mantle. What would the 5th thing be? No, I guess it is 4 things still. Cool. Unless I'm forgetting something important. So basically, it's important to keep in mind that with this crit chance of 9% here on this melee weapon, I don't have a crit chance of 9% as my base. I have a base crit chance of... Spirit Swarm also cannot crit. Thank you, Stone Swan. That's what the 5th one was. I have a base chance of 14%. Now, if you have melee crit chance bonuses, such as this Thumb Cuffs, this is a triple roll of melee crit chance passive at Ascended for 89% without the sub effect being on. So if you take this, that's a lot more on 14 than it is on 9 than it is on 5. So if you take a bunch of melee crit chance passives a bunch of places and you have high stabo power, well, you can get to a point where with no skill tree investment, no hero point investment, just kind of chilling, 69.4% crit chance just wearing this great axe, chilling. So, I want to see what kinds of weapons we can get consistent 100% crit rate with on a Ghostblade setup to see where we can take that, to see if that changes how we play. Because one of the biggest weaknesses of Ghostblade builds is when you use a melee attack and it doesn't crit. You're just kind of not doing anything. This also calls into question my multi-class of choice. I'm going to fill in the Stabomancer stuff that I would always take. But I am getting ideas. Yes, I'm taking a point in Swift Death. That's gross. Hey, Big Iron Fan. How you doing? Hey, Senna. Hey, Tenor. How are you? Good luck getting Dragon Age Origin stable. It'll crash a lot, but I think it'll still be fun to do. Hey, Foster. How are you? So the thing with the multi-class here is I prefer Blightcaller with Ghostblade for quality of life reasons. You get just a more gear-friendly damage formula from Whisper of Rot being a class feat. You get bogged down on every target, which is great when you're using a cryo weapon, such as what I'm doing. But in the nature, in the sphere of this crit stuff, Awe would be really impactful. So I'll probably end up testing both out today, but for now we're gonna go with this. Max Virulence. Take one Wraithmail. Should take one Geist. Just to have it. Probably justify more Geist, honestly. We'll go with more Flawless Edge instead. Frostbite Toxicity sounds like what I should go for. Because the cooldown from Toxicity would be really good. I could go one Restore the Veil. Yeah, I'll try that. How's Wonderlands going? It's going. I haven't played in a couple days. I haven't done much gaming in a few days. I played some of the new Cyberpunk update that came out yesterday. And then a couple days before that, I played a little bit of Hades and a little bit of Devil May Cry. But I've been gaming for like the last 4 or 5 days. Use a combo for my Ghostblade for the high chance and good crit damage. Yeah, combo sounds like it'd probably be the ideal play, which I think we're going to do some melee bunny farming. I have this Great Axe for really good swing DPS, and it's got that high crit damage. The crit chance isn't the best, but the crit damage is very good. So I'm wondering if we can do some good stuff with that. So what do we have with our skill tree? Okay, 76%. Standing still for Diamond Gauntlets. I don't believe Thumb Cuffs are active in the Chaos Chamber lobby, although there's one surefire way to know this. We'll just step outside for a moment, because Brighthoof is definitely not a dungeon. Even with 0% crit chance if you hit a headshot, it'll crit, right? As long as the thing you're using has an actual physical projectile. Yes, Pericles. So guns, laser hand, ice spike. that stuff. Barrage, yeah, all that will work that way. But there's some things that don't behave that way. Do a PC build stream. I'm terrible at anything in the realm of PC building, Rohith. Outside the Chaos Chamber? I know, it's scary. Okay, so the Chaos Chamber lobby does seem to have been counting as a dungeon for thumb cuffs. That's good information. It's useful. So we have 68.2. Standing still. We have no thumb cuffs active. This is just our base crit. We do not have Frostbite active. Which would be a lot, honestly. So we're hanging out at 68.2. This is without any investment in dexterity. The reason why I haven't spent the rest of my hero points is because some in Constitution would be really good for tank. Some in Attunement for uptime would be really good. But also, dexterity might end up being worth it here. I'm thinking for now, we just go all in on dexterity, and then we can kind of peel it back as we need to. See how much we'll end up actually needing. Yeah, 71.8 resting here. Not a bad place to be. Uniquag testing stream, something like that. But I always read popped as pooped. I kind of do that too, Prince Old School. I'm not gonna lie. I've done that more than a couple times. Hey Hazel, just popped in real quick to say glad to see you, good vibes, stay hydrated. Doing my best. Thank you for stopping in. Okay, so that's... should be full Frostbite. Full Frostbite, we're up to 88.7. Hey, New Mexican, thank you for the tier 2 for 25 months. I appreciate it. Quack, 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 quack. It's a very attractive crit chance. So what is it without our Ghostblade enchant? So with Frostbite, without Ghostblade enchant, it's still 74.7. It's not a bad place to be. I think a new class, it's great. Blight Caller, it's a lot of fun. You can do a lot of cool build stuff with it, and it's definitely got its own well-defined area of the game. Other Rain of Arrow shotgun. Rain of Arrow is a good time. That's pretty effective. Just got a good round of playing Wonderlands. It's hard to find time to do much of anything nowadays. I feel you there. Stamina feels pretty good. That was a big ricochet. So Rain of Arrow is so awkward to use. I think that's part of what keeps it interesting to me, Pericles. Because it's not one of those you can slap it on in any situation and do well with it type guns. It's something you do need to give a lot of consideration to. Trying to soak you. That's fine. Are you invisible? You are. It's so toxic. Sword Dragonlord drops any good? You can make it work with a lot of investment, but not really. The Fatebreaker? Not really. There's a couple cool things you can do with it, but for the most part it is a lower quality than most of the other melee weapons. Hey McBain, thank you for the 10 months, I appreciate it. Hey Cheeky. Hope you're doing better? Doing a bit better. Doing a bit better. I appreciate it. Big thing I'm missing right now is, with me wearing this high crit setup, I don't have my, my extra duration.
She's just a girl and she's on fire. Leave it back.
So what hilt mod does this have? At least this is an ancient hilt. Thank you again, McBain. I appreciate it. Yeah, it just seems fun considering I'm using Claw Stabbo. I should be somewhat okay. Well, Claw Stabbo is one of the class combinations I wouldn't really recommend it on because Claw Stabbo doesn't do anything to help that interaction. Like, Stabbo is great at things melee in general, but if you combine Clawbringer with Stabomancer, you are one of the most fragile multi-classes in the game. Now, you might think that, okay, Fatebreaker gives you back wards, but you need to be in range and not die to deliver those birds, and then they need to connect without you dying. You just don't have much buffer. Now, if you were, say, a Frost Shiver, which is Stabbo Berserker, you'd be in a much better position to capitalize on that. Or, say, a Bogbarian, which is Berserker or Blightcaller. Things like that. Gotta run, work's busy lately, hope streaming the day treats you well. Thanks again, New Mexican. I appreciate it, I appreciate you. It's always good to see you. A big thing people underestimate in this game, relevant to what I was just saying, is buffer. By that, I mean doing something that was never really the best idea in Borderlands games. And that is stacking a big ward or HP value, preferably both if you can manage. Unlike, say, Borderlands 3, where a lot of people did it with, like, Bloodletter, Deathless, Thin Red Line, put all that stuff on top of each other and we're still fragile because ultimately it wasn't as good as other mitigation methods. In this game, because of how survivability as a whole is designed, stacking a big value for your HP and your wards goes a long way. I really don't like that I'm not able to get points in Constitution with this current experiment. So I'm hoping that as we get different melee weapons, I'm able to pull some of this dexterity and put it over in Constitution. But it really just does make a massive difference with your survivability, even having only a few points there. Because that hero stat gives you not only points in health, it also gives you points in wards. You get both. And having a big ward without losing your health, while also having ways of restoring your health, means that buffer you have from the ward will be relevant every single time you're sitting above health gate. So it's just an extra safety net. It's really nice. I'm a huge proponent of HP and ward stacking in this game. Very impactful. Bereaver's my current class. I'm running Amnesia Reaper to level and progress Chaos Chamber. Solid setup. Hey Brucey, how you doing? I'm better today? I am better today. Thank you. Hey Shay, thank you for the 3 months. I appreciate it. It means a lot. Thank you, thank you. Any more comments on your mic sounds? Not yet today, but again, I haven't changed anything, so.
And she's on fire. There you go, Quack.
It's weird Ghostblade being this short, like duration-wise. I definitely noticed not having that one duration passive. Where's that ring that I normally have on? Here. It's this one. Yeah, I'm missing out on a lot of action skill duration by not wearing that. But crit chance makes Ghostblade so much more consistent. So much more consistent. I really think if you're going to build any kind of Ghostblade setup, the most important stat in your entire kit, more important than melee damage, more important than status damage, more important than all damage, is crit chance. Above every other stat, crit chance. Mike sounds the same today, not change settings. Hey, J-Bridge. Sorry to hear you've been feeling unwell. Wish you nothing but the best, friend. Keep being you and spreading positivity. Doing my best, Shay. Doing my best. The encouragement helps a lot, really. I got some very kind messages over my short break. Viewers, creators, just all kinds of friends I've made doing what I do. It did help me a lot, really. Question, what's the gun you're using right now? I'm using a Scalawag. Scalawag's probably my most used gun in the entire game. It is a non-unique category of pistol. It's a Skulldugger pistol with a crossbow barrel. You can get this in times 1, 2, or 3. If you get it in times 2, you can still get the blade here for 25% melee damage just for holding it. So the preferred variant for melee builds is times 2 with a blade and melee crossbolts. This one being poison means it can trigger bogged down for me, which applies soaked, which makes my cryo Ghostblade hit a lot harder. Goblins made my joke to you. I mean, Goblin Repellent? Yeah, Goblin Repellent is a joke to me. Crit chance ahoy? Yeah, stump. How much crit if you take off the crit ring for the duration one? That's a good question. Let's see. That drops us down to 63.5. From 80% to 63.5. That's a bit of a jump. That's like a big jump. I don't know if I can justify that. Like, we get that crit damage passive. I'll try it, but that's a pretty significant leap. Beat Wastard, Chaos Trial 46 last night. Yo, let's go, Roddy. Took me a while because I forgot throwable holds, now self-damage, miskilling the bird a time or two. Only a few more to go. Really like seeing not as many non-chaos gear. That's a fantastic change that I really hope sticks. A lot of criticism of late from the Outriders and Ambassador community. What are your thoughts on following that? I haven't been following that at all, Rohith. I haven't touched the game in a couple weeks, and I don't really interact with that community, because there's just a lot of behavior over there that I don't like. You need a weapon with higher crit chance? Yeah. Expanding on that last comment I made about, you know, conduct in the Outriders community. Remember, there's always a right way to express that you don't like the direction being taken, and a wrong way. There's always a right way of conducting yourself as a content creator, and a wrong way. Example, our friend D2H, damn it the hell. He's an Outriders ambassador, and he always makes sure to conduct himself the right way. But then you'll have people in the ambassador program who are, you know, nobody that anyone here knows. Definitely not one of our Borderlands family cousins. No one like that. But you'll just have other people in the ambassador program that end up getting directly called out by community managers for just doing shady shit. It's like, don't be like those people. Be like D2H. Be like Chadley. Be like those people. Hey, Priz. Thank you for the 2 years. Remnant 2. Oh, yeah. So I saw there's an alleged leak floating around that Gunfire Games might have put out a trademark for Remnant from the Ashes 2, which is like
She's just a girl and she's on fire. There you go, Quack.
Remnant 2 Quag Eum Quag Eum Quag Eum Quag Eum Quag Eum Quag Eum Quag Eum.
Quag Eum. Almost sounds like text to speech is going Quag Ian. Who is Ian? Kevin, what do you need? Thank you so much, Chris. As much as I don't enjoy third-person shooters, Remnant's fun as hell. Yeah, Remnant's just one of those games that's got a lot of personality to it. It's a love letter to the Souls genre, obviously, but in shooter form, with some aspects that I would love to see the looter genre take more from. This broadsword has really high attack speed, but nothing else about it's remarkable. Not just staring at it because it's ascended. So we're looking for ascended hatchets. That's a primordial hatchet. It's a high attack speed. Looking for primordial plus melee weapons with just good stat profiles, preferably in cryo. Would accept lightning as well. Commas, hatchets. I already have Great Axe covered. Yes, Kevin, hi. It's appropriate that after 2 years my comment's a Remnant one. I think so. I think it is. Another one.
Enter if you dare. But seriously.
That duration. Also, hello? That Threads of Fate? Crit damage, spell charge? Ascended? I'll take that. I want to do some Threads of Fate build stuff. No, Magma Breach. Oh no, not in the standing still build. Pay for a loot filter? Me too, Tender. Yeah. Yeah, that makes such a huge difference. Just having Ghostblade available for that. Yeah, I think giving up that duration passive is too unrealistic. My damage already feels less consistent with the duration ring rather than the crit chance ring. But I think it's kind of a necessary thing for functionality. Classes are good for Ghostblade. I'm interested in making a Ghostblade build. I don't have the characters that would be good for it. So I'm a really big fan of Blightcaller for Ghostblade because you get bogged down on every enemy if you're using, say, a poison gun. You could use a poison gun with a lightning or frost melee weapon, and then you could have your Ghostblade benefit on every single target without you having to use something like a Tidebreaker. So I really like that. You also get the melee damage and crit chance here. The crit chance helping not only your consistency of applying Alchemical Agent, but it also helps Alchemical Agent's dot itself to crit. So those are just nice things to have in there. And then, of course, you get extra duration for your Alchemical Agent dot. You could also go Clawbringer, because Awe is absolutely fantastic for Ghostblade and for Alchemical Agent. You'd have the Oath of Thunder bonus element. You'd have Dragon Aura instead of Whisper of Rot, so you'd still get a nice, solid, just general elemental increase. Claw Armor would be a decent shout on a Clawbringer, because you could have the Wyvern apply that debuff for you. So definitely the front runners for Ghostblade are between Blightcaller and Clawbringer. You could make it work with Berserker. It's just you'd often find yourself doing things that aren't Ghostblade. Like, with Berserker, you'd probably find yourself swinging more. You could do Spell Shot and then, convert the spell damage into melee. With Paradigm, Spellblade, all that nonsense. Though that's something you can do on any class, it's just Spell Shot will do that specific part the most, but having extra things on top of that makes for a smoother gameplay experience. So I'm really going to hard vouch for Blightcaller and Clawbringer for Ghostblade. Play one game every day, and I got that Threads of Fate last time I played. Been having a few nice drops lately. I think the game detects hiatuses and gives you gear. Maybe. Yeah, bye, Celissa. Hey Mango, build looks sweet, doesn't require executioner related instead of toxicity for enemies like Banshee, Bernadette, Imelda, etc. Required, no. Executioner's Blade would definitely make some of those situations easier. Particularly Imelda. That's a really big one that would help with. Bernadette, I have no problems with because I can just shoot a Stab-O-Matic. Banshee, with a little interpretive dance, you can position Ghostblade in a spot where it can still hit her. But you mentioned Imelda. Imelda and Theodore are two fights where Executioner's Blade is a little bit better than going down to toxicity. So if you're trying to cover all your bases, then yeah, you could sacrifice this tier to get here. So like instead of spending these 2 points, that point, and then you sacrifice Frostbite as well, you could grab Exeblade. And you don't lose any functionality, really, other than the Contagion Dark Magic dots won't be filling your wards anymore. But other than that, all you lose is just raw stats. And you gain a new way to deal with targets at that range. It's a valid approach. Sorry, just got in. Nothing to be sorry about. It's gotta create a new character then. I mean, not necessarily. Like I said, you can make Berserker, Ghostblade stuff work. It's by no means bad. Spell Shot can do it. I would say the class that doesn't offer anything to Ghostblade is Gravemord. I'd say that's the only one to, like, avoid. I suppose Spore Warden as well doesn't offer anything to it. Why the 1 point to Geist? Against certain enemies, raid bosses, for example, when shooting their weak spot, the Geist can also crit. So even with only 1 point, it's an efficient injection of damage. So like if I shoot Gloop's weak spot, and that spawns a Geist, that Geist can also hit Gloop's weak spot. For a lot more damage than it would normally be doing. It also allows me to still have a chance of applying Bog Down when I'm shooting guns that aren't poison. Like if I shot this wire, not wire rider, live wire, I'd still have a chance of Bog Down. So it's just one utilitarian point. For the setup, I'm running Bereaver, Amnesia with Reaper. What guns do you recommend? Been having trouble choosing gear. Red Hellion would be pretty good, because it's another thing that benefits from movement speed, which you'll have a lot of. But then you've got the old reliables. Sword Explosion, White Rider, Shadowfire, Chucks. Just guns that are solid in general. And for Redmore, just wait for it to land. We have Barbalode, Pericles, so honestly, for Redmorn, we just shoot him. Just shoot him. So that's something consistent with Wastard's AI with Ghostblade. If you stand right here, plant Ghostblade there, he will run away and then just run back into it. 100% of the time. My game is not happy with me at the moment. I don't know the damage to deal with that. The strangest thing happened 2 days ago. My C50 Blight Collar dot build flew through the featured run, killed the main boss under 15 seconds each. Last night, it's like I had the worst gear, couldn't kill boss. Give a how out there is that happened to you. Something that could have happened, Grasshopper, is you could have had the Chaos HP bug. Occasionally, enemies will fail to load the health multiplier from Chaos levels. So you'll be playing and getting the rewards for Chaos 50, but they'll have Chaos 0 HP. And you won't be able to tell except by them dying faster than they should be. Like, you'll be dealing the same damage, they just have less health. So if you see enemies exploding into paste from like 9,000 damage without death animations, that's a good indication. If you're suddenly killing things a lot faster and you've changed nothing, that's a good indication. Did a similar build, just went to XC Blade. I'm gonna have some toxicity too. Thank you for the explanation. Of course, of course. Like you mentioned, Mango, Executioner's Blade is just a really good utilitarian option for enemies that Ghostblade can't or doesn't like to hit. I'm already countering the majority of those situations with other things in my kit, so I decided to go the toxicity restore the veil route. But there's no wrong answer. Either way works, as long as you are grabbing Alchemical Agent and Bogged Down, you're just kind of doing it correctly. Everything after Alchemical Agent and Bogged Down is to taste. Those would be the points I'd say would be mandatory. And if you're not doing Clawbringer, then obviously Bogged Down, if you're not doing Blightcaller, rather, then obviously Bog Down isn't even mandatory. So, the only mandatory thing for Ghostblade is you get Alchemical Agent. Hey, Top Rack, how you doing? Have to rework a bunch of builds, been lower in cast to get Redmorn. Last mirror is kind of sturdy, to say the least. It's definitely one of those fights that demands more from you if you don't have a specific counter to it. As I mentioned, Barbalode here, that's primarily just for hard countering Redmorn. Because Redmorn counts as multiple enemies, so you can Barbalode from Redmorn to Redmorn. And because the Barbalode will do more damage than the original, you're not just doubling your damage, you're doing exponentially more damage. Using Amnesia with this build, plus 3 into Contagion, any other decent good class mod, Plate Mail if you go Restore the Veil. You could do Plate Mail, which would give you better uptime on Flawless Edge and, you know, a good tank overall. I would say the peak would be... That's a tough one. You've always got the elephant in the room of Paradigm converting spell to melee. That's always going to be a thing there. Miasmic Mail would help your Alchemical Agent dot quite a bit. I'm liking Diamond Gauntlets here because it's not only elemental damage. This Dark Magic efficiency is going to help my Alchemical Agent Contagion Dark Magic dots to restore my wards better. The crit chance is going to help my consistency in critting with the melee, and it's going to help my consistency of my dots critting. And then I have, as I mentioned, that elemental damage, which drop in the bucket considering I have Frost here, and then I have Blightcaller class feed, but it's something. Honestly, with a Ghostblade setup, the most important thing is having that stab up power primary and having good stats. You have a lot of flexibility with the armor. You could go a Claw armor, you could go Corrupted Plate Mail, you could go Miasmic Mail, you could go Amalgam, you could go Diamond Gauntlets. You've got a lot of choices. Tyrant's Truth, if you were running a relevant class, meaning you'd have to be Clawbringer, you could get away with that as well. How do you identify these loops like Redmorn counting's multiple enemies? Well, the first time I fought Redmorn, I shot him on a gun build. Not the first time, one of the first times I fought him. I shot him on a gun build and he died before my feet touched the ground, and I was like, well, that's not normal. What's special about the weapon I'm using? Oh, it has multi-target stuff, so then I tested again with a different multi-target thing, and sure enough. Ask a quick flat question? Absolutely. I also have an Ascended Scalawag. Just tried it and it works great with my Frost River melee build. Yeah, Scalawag's definitely one of my favorite weapons. It's easily my most used weapon in this game. Easily. I've spent more time with a Scalawag in my hand than any other gun in this game. Yeah, it's a 1.5 swing speed hatchet. It broke the 1,000 card damage mark, and it's a decent element, but I'm gonna hold off because the crit chance could be a lot higher. Unless I'm thinking of Kamas. But also mostly because that's an amp hilt, and that doesn't really do anything for me. So we'll hold out for a better one. I might be thinking of Kamas with the crit chance. Because hatchets might be the 11, 12, 13 range. Whereas I know Kamas are like the 17, 18, 19 range. He's got to 1.86. Other stats are kind of dog, though. Hey, Wavy Gaming. How you doing? Yeah, 18% crit chance, 150% crit damage. The base damage is low, but that's fine because it's also got fast swing speed. We want one of these. Primordial or a better cryo with a favorable hilt mod. That's the goal. That's what we're here for. Purple hatchets any good? Yeah, I'm actually looking out for hatchets and commas. Might as well go with Rage Handle and look for great swords and great axes. Thing with Rage Handle is if I'm stacking crit chance already, then Rage Handle's effect kind of doesn't do anything unless I'm actually closing distance. Like, I already have Rage Handles covered. I already have those quite covered. Like, I could just slap on... I don't have an ancient one. But I've got this 20% crit chance primordial one. And if we stand still, check my crit stats, 115% base crit chance. At this point, Rage Handle's effect is wasted. I can go for a lower crit chance one, like I could put on this one instead. And I'm at 99.7. That's a little more favorable. Remember, with in-combat buffs, this goes up over 100. Hey, Pupty, how you doing? Xbox just announced new controller? Cool. When running Ragstab, it's better to use Guardian Angel or Psycho Stabber in GTD. I'm just guessing because the Angel would help the damage with static charge. Functionally, you're not going to really notice a difference in practice, Shay. Like, the damage profiles of those two, it's so close together that meh. With Psycho Stabber, you'll be dealing more damage to enemies close to you than the Angel, but as long as you're at, like, edge of your Nova range or farther, there's no real comparable difference. Like, yes, Static Charge is going to get the Angel bonus again, but the initial melee is going to hit harder with the Stabber, and it equals out to roughly comparable damage. The big reason why I run GA over Stabber is because there's less animation lock. You have a shorter weapon swap time because you don't have the COV animations, and your racks will do more damage with the GA. There's a few sources disconnected from your normal melee and melee artifact stuff that are just going to do more while holding the GA. So, but functionally, it does not matter which one you use. You will be able to pull comparable, if not identical times, and have an identical gameplay loop with either. So if you're finding yourself getting mobbed in close range more often, maybe the Stabber is better for you because you don't lose damage for enemies being point blank with that. Well, thanks. How you feeling today? Tired, but functional. Tired, but functional. So we could try some with this this rage handle. I'm gonna miss having that that ancient hilt.
Come on, have some fun.
We'll see how this plays out. See how my stat is while moving. Yeah, while moving, my crit chance is 88.7. So this might create a situation where I don't need to stand still as much. But I'm definitely gonna have a lot more Ghostblade downtime. Max on hatchets is 170. Does it go higher? Nope, 170 is the high roll. I believe you lose some base damage to get that. I think 160 is more optimal. Off the top of my head. Yeah, 170 is the max for Great Axis. How you doing, Trade Seeker? Good to see you. What crit chance base could you switch back to the duration ring? That's a good question. So I'm sitting at 110 right now with, that's with Frostbite, with my Ghostblade enchant active. So, like, I have the duration ring on right now. But I could afford to get even more duration. Like, I could have just a double roll of crit chance here instead of a triple. Are we feeling better? Mostly better. For now, at least.
Wipe your shoes off at that door.
Aw, really? Hate when he does that. What I'm feeling about this build feels kind of inconsistent between Ghostblade. Yeah, that's pretty much the problem. That's one of the reasons we're going for this high crit chance, because it stabilizes the damage between Ghostblades from the actual swings. But me lengthening that downtime by not having an Ancient Hilt kind of makes the other side of it worse. Because, sure, I've kind of solved the damage issue, but I still want to get back to that Ghostblade faster. So I do prefer the Great Axe route. So far, anyway. But that's just because of what help mods I have. If I had a Rage Handle with Ancient, then I'd be running that, probably. Hopefully chilling today would be nice. You can rest a bit better tonight. Yeah, unfortunately, I'm in that position where I've got shit to take care of. So, like, yesterday I was gonna try to stream, but I had to walk 4 miles to run some errands. Yes, 4 miles after being bedridden for a weekend. So that was fun. But it was stuff I had to get done. The fuck is this? I've never seen this before. I'm assuming that's what this boss spawns to, like, cause the sandstorms, but I've never actually seen that. Or never bothered to look, I should say. It's cool. Make sure to eat at the very least. I did. Morning, Okanamai. How you doing? This wasn't uphill both ways. Still sounds exhausting. A good day for me. It was also 4 miles in the pouring rain. Not fun. But I had to. Better than Scorching Sun? Yeah, that was my logic as well, not a shpee. It was warm. Like, warm enough that I hated wearing my rain jacket. Because I was like, fuck, it's hot. But not so much that I was actually overheating at all. So it could have been worse. Not fun, but not lethal, right? I want to play Ghostblade again, got new armor for Hammer Berserker, made that build way stronger, can't stop playing it now. It's fun to get upgrades like that. That's often how I play this game. Like, I'll just go down a rabbit hole of, like, how can I upgrade this build? And then I'll end up stuck playing that build for a while. And then I'll eventually circle back. I don't think that's a bad way to consume things. Get a front up next time so you can make sure you get home safely. Meh. Understandable. Finally got my Wicked Gossip ×2 spell. Wondering how far it'll go. Wicked Gossip's such a good spell. And I like that it's not just a good spell by having big number. It does have that, but it's interesting interactions that keep Wicked Gossip from being just power creep. It's like actually well designed. Next time you need to go somewhere, hit me up and find a way to give you a ride. You guys are too kind. As in, feel free to message somebody around here. And don't, not necessarily an IRL fun. Okay. So, interesting predicament here. Consec definitely wins formula-wise here, but it requires me to actually close that gap and swing. I'm finding myself not doing that a lot, especially because I'm standing still a lot for Diamond Gauntlets. So that's when this enchant over here wins. The 30% melee versus Boston Badasses. That falls in the conditional category, I believe, which is the one that's covered by this enchant. But I'm not always going to have that full health. And even if I do have that active, that's still 30% in a category I only have 25%. That's, like, still efficient. So, Consec is fresh multiplier, but less accessible. I'm not sure which one I want, ideally, more, you know? I suppose it's one of those cases of I take whichever one I get first. Been a few armors I've been interested in. Yeah, as players have gotten more powerful, with buffs and new gear and stuff, I found that armor choices have expanded a lot. There's fewer cases of, like, this one's the clear winner at all times. It still exists, but there's fewer cases. Also use Time Super Primordial Wicked Gossip on Blight Caller Totem build. Is the best spell to use for a dot build. Any advice? There's a lot of spells you could use for a dot build. Rainbolt is really efficient at applying a lot of different status effects to upkeep Spirit Swarm and to have those rotate through Contagion and cover multiple elements. You could use a Bolt Lash to facilitate a Barbalode if you're not using a crossbolt gun. You could use a Wicked Gossip, you could use Inflammation. You could use Laser Hand, Gelatinous Cube, Saw Blades. You could use an Arcane Bolt or an Arc Torrent or an Inflammation to spam spell activations for the purpose of skill effects or Theurge Amulet or enchantments. You could use a Sigil for defense. You've still got a lot of options for a dot build. Try a new sniper with Barbalode? Yes, so the Sly Tribern does not have actual crossbolts, so you're going to need a different source of crossbolts for it. Like that Bolt Lash spell I mentioned, or just shoot a different gun, then switch to the Sly Tribern, or use a Love Struck Bow spell. You're going to need a different source of crossbolts if you want the Sly Tribern to interact with Barbalode. Finally got my Miasmic, so that's been enjoyable. Thought about Pandemicium for just poison explosions. Pandemicium's cool to think about, but unfortunately the explosions it provides just don't do much damage in the first place. There's no real use case. Like, there's no practical scenario where I would say Pandemicium's more of a go-to than Miasmic Mail. In a dot build. Especially because Pandemicium forces poison focus, whereas the others don't. Unreasonably high liking towards Arcane Bolt, it just goes Burr, you know? I get you, I get you. Also, I hope you're doing well, little Rambo. Threads of Fate is good at putting dark magic dots out despite the low proc chance. Yeah, Threads of Fate is great at that. Very good single target. You've also got Dazzler and Time Skip are very good at applying multiple dots. Ooh, a comma. Caustic. I'm gonna take that. Take a couple of these. It's a decent Banshee. Take that too. Keep forgetting that I still don't have very many good Banshees because I've largely given up on getting good ones. So every once in a while I find one, I'm like, oh, huh. Great Axe tried. Low swing speed though. 1.2. Mm-mm. So if I get the weapon I'm going for with the higher crit chance, I'll lose some base damage, but it will free up my stats to a point where I could drop these dexterity points and I could take Constitution or Attunement. Probably Constitution for a tank. Ancient Hilt does enough to sustain my Ghostblade uptime, and I'm already getting some amount of cooldown from toxicity, so I don't want to hit the diminishing value of that too much. I do want, like, a second copy of this ring, basically, but with crit chance instead of damage there. Let's see what exactly we have here. That's very high attack speed for this amount of crit chance and crit damage. Base damage is very low in comparison, but if we look at the stats here, 102 resting, without Frostbite active, without Ghostblade enchant active, 102 resting, just with this 18%. So any combo we get should have guaranteed crit chance with our currently equipped gear. Any combo. But I should be more discerning about the damage. This is 2 Chaos Tiers down from where it could be, and 674 base compared to 1504 base, that's quite a gap. Let's see how it rolls, though, enchantment reroll-wise. Resting crit face. For a dot build, would a higher single damage spell be better or worse than a smaller multiple hit spell? Does that make sense? It does make sense. It's really, there's no direct answer to that in a vacuum, Grasshopper, because if you think about it, 3 chances at a 33% chance is the same thing as 33 chances at a 33% chance. In a vacuum, assuming you're hitting everything, it's the same probability. Now, other things factor in there, like what if you miss? You are more punished by missing when you only have 3 chances than you are with 33 chances. So in that case, something that hits multiple times, or at least lets you activate more frequently, is going to be more relevant. If you have effects like a Theurge that want you to cast more often, then multiple charges is more beneficial. So it's not something that has an answer on its own. You'd have to look at what else the spell is doing for you. Guess we'll go with Consec.
Are you prepared? We'll see.
Do I even have to stand still with this? I think once I have Frostbite up, I don't even have to stand still with this combo. Yeah, with Frostbite, Ghostblade enchant up, and not standing still, I'm still at 110. Now, without Ghostblade enchant, 99.3. We're entering kind of cursed territory here. With this model of gearing with Ghostblade, do we need the Ghostblade enchant anymore? Like, if we can hit that 100% crit chance, it's important to note that the Ghostblade enchant also gives that 25% crit damage, but is that more impactful than getting something else there? Like, I could get, say, action skill start global damage 20% there, which might be more of a modifier depending on how much Flawless Edge I have active. If you have more than 100, does it have a chance to crit twice, or is it just guaranteed? Just guaranteed. So I didn't get the skip there, but I really am going to chalk that up to this comma is just volatile compared to the Ascended I was running. That bodes well. Another advantage of the comma's faster swing speed is I can stack up that consec a lot faster. I would get faster cycling because I'd trigger Ancient more frequently. And, you're less punished for misses. The same logic I was referring to answer Grasshopper's question about dot spells applies to Ghostblade weapons. Let's say you're running a Banshee, where each individual tick of your Ghostblade is going to be very, very beefy. You're getting fewer ticks because it's spinning slower. So if an enemy walks out of, 5 of your ticks with a Banshee, that's a lot more damage lost than an enemy walking out of 5 ticks of your comma. Another somewhat more cursed thought I had during this is, Spellblade is an option here because it's got a damage range about halfway between a comma and a Great Axe. It's got a crit range about halfway between a comma and a Great Axe. I don't remember how the swing speed on Spellblade is, but it would also be giving that, that conditional damage formula into my melee stuff. So even without significant spell investment, that's a lot of extra damage just there. Suppose we'll keep an eye out for decent spell blades as well, even though it does leave kind of a bad taste in my mouth used in so many builds. He says as he's using Scalawag and Barbaload again. Are you hitting? I can't tell. I guess you are. Apply toxicity there for the cooldown.
Now.
I tend to weakly not be able to decide between Barbaloed and Theurge for what I want the most. Yeah, getting cooldown without Theurge can be kinda awkward, but Barbaloed is just so powerful. It's nice that those two compete with each other, I will say. Scalawag Barbaloed Body Rune just glued to many characters. Yeah. Now, Wardu could be a good shout here instead of, Body Rune, honestly. Wardu would probably be extremely good here, now that I think about it. Because, remember, Mace Wardu is going to go off of your melee crit chance. It goes off all your melee stats. So my Mace Wardu would have, you know, this chance of critting. If I was just standing here. 102% chance. Which means anytime it activates, it's going to apply Alchemical Agent, which is going to ruin that enemy's day. Wardu would probably be very good here. I don't have one at the moment. But I'm tempted. So if Shoddy's had crossbolts to probably be busted? Oh yeah. Oh yeah. You imagine like if a body rocker had crossbolts? Hmm. Hey Avi, how you doing? Took you long enough to show up, Ghostblade. I was hitting the button, like, a lot. Alright, I think this is our first hurdle with a comma. With an enemy like Pigwort, our low per hit damage really matters. This is good info to have. Like Great Axe will do way better here. Watch this. If I can just get Ghostblade out. The per hit damage is so much higher. Alright, so we're still gonna Great Axe stand for now. But we know what kind of commas we're going for. And that does help. crossbolts times 25 kettle drum. Well, good thing about the bolt lash spell is you can just, while shooting any other gun with the other hand, you can apply crossbolts. You can do the same with love struck bow. Nope. So you can use that to facilitate barber load with any gun you like. I feel like I'm always doing combat damage to Pigwort. Pigwort's tanky, moves a lot, has immunity phases, and has multiple resistances. Like a real boss of an enemy. I do have an Ancient Rage handle. Maybe we can try that. Hey, here's a hatchet. This is a hatchet. But it's Echo and it's dark magic. That crit chance is high enough to still be, like, in the guaranteed territory. It's not the right element, and the hilt mod really doesn't help me. It's another Ancient Rage handle. I prefer Frost, though. More favorable. Fewer enemies resist Frost than they do Lightning. Barbel is stronger with fewer bolts applied. It is. But it's worth noting that because double dipping is so ridiculous, and you can apply more things after Barbel load in your chain of interactions, that even a very weak Barbel load is very difficult to pass up. Like, with this, you're seeing Barbel load kill enemies despite the fact that I'm applying dozens of bolts to a single enemy. And they're just still kind of like... Because what could happen is that Barbel load then hits an enemy, and then they get a dot applied to them, which then contagions to another enemy, which triggers a Barbel load. And just, it could get silly. Lead Pigwort with buff buddies is actually a raid boss. Buff buddies with healing vengeance, yeah. Or bulwark buddies. Morning, Tron. How am I feeling? A little fatigued, but mostly okay. Mostly okay. Mostly okay. Let's try this one. Let's try to roll a better enchant onto this. I'd like one of the two melee enchants that I use here. Instead of getting a bunch of class-specific enchants that I would never use, and the melee enchant I wouldn't use. Take it anyway for now. We could at least see how it plays out in practice. That's fine for now. So this is a 19% crit chance rage handle. Leaves us at standing still 107.4. What do we have moving? 95.6. So I could feasibly pull that dexterity here now. And put it in Constitution. But I think I'll keep it for the moment. So things I'm on the lookout for. Mace Wardu. Preferably Ascended. A good ring with duration and crit chance. And still want those hatchets and commas. And of course, any decent great axes we get along the way.
Enter if you dare. But seriously.
The combination of Rage Handle plus Ancient will be, like, really good. I'm just a little worried about, you know, as I have Rage Handle stacked, it just slowly invalidates more of my gear. Like, this passive stops mattering, the entirety of this ring stops mattering. To a point where I almost feel like I'm being punished for doing this strat with Rage Handle. I'm probably just overthinking. I don't know, what do you guys think? Bad Rage Handle user, you need to be punished. Threaten me with a good time. Doctor warned me against thinking. Ah, understandable. Ghostblade doesn't stack Rage Handle, does it? It does not. Hey, Coffee, thanks for the 300 bits. Good to see you. How you doing? Is Fyodor again? No. Okay. Doing okay? Hoping you and Chad are doing good? I'm doing okay. How's Chad doing? Not bad, considering I have kind of a deadweight enchant right now. And I forgot to switch to Livewire. Hello, Lazy with finishing Outer Worlds. Hey, B, how are you? Interrupted my reload like 3 too many times. Stray thought. Would, because of Barbalode's efficacy with fewer bolts, would a ×1 technically be more optimal here? I don't think so, because I'd then be ramping the cross bolts themselves slower, so I'd be trading single target damage for multi-target damage, which is not what I want to do. Even though multi-target would technically be where this struggles, considering how frequently we are critting and applying alchemical agent, we're getting contagion pretty frequently. So I don't think our multi-target is actually suffering. So I still prefer ×2. Made it to a long weekend of camping and I'm unreasonably nervous about it. I've never been a big camping guy. Sleepy, how be the you? Been better. Been worse. But been better. Do DLCs first or just beat it? I mean... DLCs first, I guess. You can't, like... They're not placed post-game in the story or anything, so... They're kind of intended to be done before you finish. Hey Blue, how are you? Thinking about it more, another upside of running Blade with this setup, instead of Toxicity, is I would have that critting all the time as well. But then my downtime gets worse. But I think with this Rage Handle I can afford to not have that cooldown. I think we'll try it out on the next run. Quag Pop. Hope all's well on your end, or at least on its way to being well. I'm attempting to take care of myself best I can. I appreciate the kind words, though. First played BL1, I did the Claptrap Revolution DLC first before I finished the main story. Wonder why Steel had a hole in her chest and who the hell was Nox and Undead Ned. Yo, spoilers. Hey, Viper. Thank you for the 25 months. You You went for the Leo joke. Sending quas. I appreciate it.
She's just a girl and she's on fire. There you go, Quag.
It's Quag. He's quaggin' along. All quag-like. Also insert Leo joke about 25 months here. Sending quaz.
Thank you, Viper. I appreciate it. I appreciate you. And look, we're doing your favorite thing. We're doing Ghostblade science today. Ready to see something obscene? Look at that melee crit chance. Got it ready for work now? Take it easy, B. Thanks for stopping by. We're experimenting with making Ghostblade 100% crit with different weapons and seeing what we like. So far, Great Axe has felt the best, predictably. But Ancient Rage Handle is really good for uptime. TTS got that one just about perfect? Yeah. Zane build you played on stream a while back using the drone and clone in the build doc? Yes, it is Remote Ranger in the build doc, created by myself and Joe Furlong. Joe was working on clone shenanigans at the time to prove people wrong about, you know, you can only use Mantis, and I was working on drone shenanigans at the time to prove people wrong about you can only use Mantis. So we eventually just like combined our builds and it became that. It's gonna do rage handle stuff with Burgos Blade. I find myself hard pressed to like justify any Ghostblade combos that aren't Claw or Blight, just because the other trees do significantly less for it. Like, Whisper of Rot plus Virulence plus Bogdown plus Flawless Edge is a lot for very few points. And then in the case of Clawbringer, you can get Awe Armor, or you can go tier 5 and get Awe and Indomitable. Which is also a lot. Plus you get Dragon Aura to replace Whisper of Rot, you get Oath of Thunder bonus element. Berserker doesn't offer anything approaching what those two get. Sure, you get the old ways, but you gotta get close while doing Ghostblade. That's like it. And thanks for 100 bits, Coffee. I appreciate it. Another thought. How valuable does Snake Stick become again? I used to use Snake Stick on Ghostblade, but how valuable does Snake Stick become when it's always critting? That's an interesting thought. It's fun how attack speed and crit chance just kind of skew the value of different things. I think it was Burbs Rage Handle might be able to just brute force damage outside of Alchemical. In my mind, if anything's gonna get Blood of Fall and Ghostblade, it's gonna be Rage Handle. You could. Could go that route. You should show us some Snake Stick. Bonk. You could go that route. Let's try out the Xe Blade spec. So, just standing here, realizing 101% crit. Because we have Diamond Gauntlets, we're standing still. We're chilling with 101% melee crit without any hero point investment. I believe I'm still missing the rune switches. So I don't have that dex bonus over there. I'm still missing the marbles, the rune switches, and the what is it? The poetry on this character. So I could have more. And we're still chilling over 100 with a 19% rage handle. How the fuck? We've got max stab up power. So that takes dirty fighting up to, 59% and change for a global crit chance. Then we've got an ascended melee crit chance passive. We've got a triple crit chance rolled ascended thumb cuffs. Thumb cuffs is active right now in this lobby. Worth noting. Oh, okay. Yeah. But the point is that these numbers are still achievable with in-combat buffs on, because you have to keep in mind that with this 101%, we do not have Ghostblade Enchant active. We do not have Frostbite, which we're about to not spec into at all to begin with. And this ring is contributing nothing. So you could realistically distribute the effects of this ring across to this one and still end up with more than what I have right now. So the point is, this is all feasible. And also you could have 1% more on the rage handle, which doesn't sound like a lot, but with the amount of crit chance boosts we're stacking, 1% more could mean the difference between consistent crits and not. So I would be doing this experiment in this way if it wasn't achievable. Like how I did that barrage experiment. It was like, yeah, this isn't achievable. This is achievable. Which is why it's interesting. Follow-up might win over Swift Death here. Because I have Flawless Edge. Let's try follow-up. I could max follow-up and then take remainder 1,000 cuts? Or should I just take 1,000 cuts? I should realistically just take 1,000 cuts. I can still get full Frostbite. That's something. I really need guys to do much. Take a second Wraith Mail. Probably stick with Geist, honestly. This is just for raid bossing. That's all that's for. Morning, Snowspawn. How you doing? Worth noting, it's very doable with DK and spells as well. Double non-spells? Yeah. Spells, same ideology. A lot of them you can get their base crit chance up to even way higher than melee. Like with Ice Spikes, you can get your base crit chance with the correct parts up to around 50%. And that's very easy to get that up to 100, because think about it. If your base crit chance is 50%, like before dexterity, then you can just say you have one large spell crit chance boost, which you can have 50% of on a ring or an armor. Well, that's worth way more in that instance, you know? Okay, so we're still at that 101.3. We still have 13 hero points to spend. We could put them in dexterity to benefit the dots and also improve our non-diamond gauntlets crit chance, which is 89.4. Get that to a comfy 90%. I They can maybe aid into attunement to round that off to 20% now that I don't have toxicity. And then I'll put the rest in dexterity anyway. See what happens with this spec. 90% crit chance? Oh, we can have way more than that, Rune. That's 90% without our Diamond Gauntlets on, and without Frostbite active. So if we stand still for Diamond Gauntlets, and without our Ghostblade enchant on, we stand still, 103.6. Nice act up, how you doing? We're gonna go 3 Wraith Mail, 3 Virulence, 5 Flawless Edge, Bog Down, 3 Amp, 3 Frost. I like Geist because what you can do with it, Viper, is if you're fighting, say, Gloop or Bunny, and you shoot the weak spot, you're generating a lot more Geist because you're guaranteed critting with the gun, and then that Geist itself can hit the weak spot and crit, and it's sizable damage, even in a build that doesn't invest into gun or ability, because you are not only double dipping your global, you start double dipping your crit stuff as well. So that's why I like Geist here. Realistically, I should probably go 1 Geist, 2 Wraith Mail. We'll see what happens. Also, yeah, good morning, Flip. And yeah, Snowspawn, I'm feeling a bit better. Thank you for asking.
Enter if you dare. But seriously, you should dare.
Well, some new stuff started up again, so I'm navigating the start of it. Seems like it'll shape up as shape up to a hashtag bussin' time. Hashtag bussin'. I wonder how many confused people just didn't know why I tweeted that. Like, with Ghostblade enchant on and full Frostbite, we're up to 124% melee crit chance right now. Our status chance is up to 13.8. That's pretty juicy. Honestly, I'll probably go back and take those points out of Dex, because if I factor in a single Rage Handle stack, then 89% is enough. I think Archer's animations take so long. We be bust. Or you like this? I've never seen him act that way. That's cool. He just decided not to burrow. Cool. Some of my work chat said I'm busting into work today, gonna be late. Honestly, the internet was a mistake. Yeah. 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 This is crit flat, is it? Because we're standing still for damage? Maybe. How's stuff going on your end, Rune? Someone synchro flap. Chill in my car before I do schoolwork. If dire sack needs handling, will you help me? I don't know about handling your sack in the car, Rune. That sounds dangerous. Wow. Rude zombie. Thanks, Livewire. Coward, yes. Basically, is a tanky boy. Think I can still get him? Oh, not if that happens. That was close. I think my advance order is on the way soon. Got an email. Can't wait for a hopefully tasty water. It is very tasty. What flavor you end up getting? Or flavors, Dex? I think I'm gonna try to arrange for some that I haven't tried to be waiting here for me when I am back from my break. So I want to try a bunch. Nothing but good experiences so far. What did I just pick up? Strawberry daiquiri, that rainbow sherbet. Ooh, nice. Pie flavor soon. Not quite, but you never know what the future holds. Ghost Blade swing speed and crit chance based on your current stats or the stats it was spawned with. I believe the crit chance updates dynamically. The swing speed, that I don't know, Rune. I do not know about the swing speed. Someone say Quag flavor? No, Control, you can't have my flavor in your coffee. We talked about this. Hope you're doing good. Doing a little bit better, Rabbit. How are you? Did an opposition that well? There we go. Why did you short cycle now? It's honestly pretty rude. Blocking your rabbit. I'll just stop searching at the moment. It's a low chance. Trust me, bro. You see, you just gotta do certain things. It drops from the same place as the explosive Norfleet. So damage should feel kind of low that run. Missing out on toxicity did have a noticeable impact on my damage. That's probably because I'm not leveraging Exiblade as well as I could. Next to the Dark Magic Pixies? Yeah. And the Splash Anointed Mo's shields. Listen, bro, my cousin's mom's sister is a concubine. Oh no. And she says that everything I'm saying is real and true. Well, there you go. Right from the source. Concubine. Nice use of the word. Alright, what do we got this time? I just want some good purple melee weapons. You got me, game? No, it just gives me Ragnaroks. That's about what I expected. Is that an Ascended combo, but it's blue? Are you kidding? Why are you like this game? Why are you blue? A fucking blue, really? It's also Echo, so I'm not gonna take it, but like, how toxic is that? What do I want a peg leg for? I wanted a peg leg for something else. I think it was for the Blight guy setup. But I wanted Echo. It's telling you to Margaret. Maybe. Maybe it is. I really had two Ascended Blues out here, huh? That's cool. It's toxic. Oh no. How you doing, Irish? If you were to win one of Randy's shirts from that auction for you, would you wear it weekly for us? Sure. Sure. If one of you were to win that and then send it to me, I feel like I would be obligated to. That is not a request. Massive disclaimer there. But sure. I'm gonna put my money where my mouth is. Why don't I have 60 more moon orbs? Why is existence pain? I'm not gonna take a point in sneak attack. That would cause too many people too much pain. Someone's in chat to support my loophole? No. 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 While playing Sea of Thieves and stuff's always interesting. Just had someone pull up, steal half my supplies, kill me, and leave. Relatable. Yeah, we have Constitution investment now. So we tanky.
Come on, have some fun.
I'm just varying up my gameplay a little bit, seeing how often Xe Blade triggers just kind of passively. What's my crit chance with this? 116. It's an amount. Would I misspec Xe Blade? Yeah. A lot of Dragon Lord today. Wait for my my cooldown, I suppose. Was I just slightly too slow? I was just slightly too slow. That's embarrassing. Thought. Because Body Rune does Spirit Rune stuff, am I better off going Lightning here to benefit from that? Because I'm standing still for Diamond Gauntlets already? I think I am. Someone remind me to grab my Lightning Rage handle from the bank. Because I think I forgot it in there. Yeah, I think I forgot it. Thanks for the reminder, Verdant. Depending on how long this run takes, that might still be on my screen when I get there, so maybe that's helpful. Yeah, I don't need Stab-O-Matic anymore with Exiblade. At least not for this. I would still need it for Feodor. And it's still nice for death saves. Grab my rage handle every night at least once. Wait, you rage when you grab it? Ooh, a spell Tyrant's Truth. With blast gas points. That's useful. Wow. Stab-O Blight Plate Mail with 2 contagion and area damage? That is also useful. Champ Poggin on the twitching. Something like that. That might be winner right there. Yeah, it's a good one. How you doing, Tom Nasty? Good to see ya. More Banshee. Yeah, the more I use the setup, the more Diamond Gauntlets just makes a lot of sense to me. Like, I even want to try out gun build stuff with Diamond Gauntlets. So think about what you could do with this, with, like a Protagonizer. Do I have one on me? I do. And Geist in the Shell. You'd have the crit chance from Diamond Gauntlets applying to the base of 5, so 2.5% crit chance, which is not a lot in the grand scheme of things, but for what you can get for ability, that's a lot to get from one place. And you're also getting the elemental damage, 50% the appropriate element. Protagonizer is going to increase your ability crit chance by how much attunement you have, which is something, but more importantly, that ability crit damage increase as well. You could have some really satisfying Geists with them. Same would apply with play the angles. And hell, you could even do both. Play the angles and Geist in one setup and capitalize on each. That's probably gonna kill me. Oh hey, it didn't. Breakfast sandwiches are so fucking good. Ooh, what you got on yours? Yeah, if I switch to that lighting weapon, Freezically is also no longer a problem. But instead, Drill and Salissa get a little tougher. I think I'm willing to make that trade, though. I think I'm very willing to make that trade. This guy's an asshole. Someone say breakfast sandwich. God damn it. Why are you like this, Roddy? Truly watching, what are we doing today? Things are freaking weird in my life right now. Not necessarily bad, not necessarily good. Very freaking weird. We're messing around with high crit chance Ghostblade setups. If you notice the melee crit chance here right now, we have over 100%, which means every single instance of melee damage we're doing with this setup is currently critting. And that opens up some interesting gearing strategies that we're exploring. I think I'm gonna hit wards on this run, so we can roll for Hammer and Anvil and Mace Wardu. Never mind, I'm not gonna hit wards on this run because we got Fyodor. You swing so fast it'll crash your game. I don't think you can get enough for that, but you can swing quite fast. Got lightning handle. Ah ha ha. Thank you. Ooh, it's only a 17%. You guys see Stab-O-Matic in the melee slot for a second there? Hang on. That was amazing. Did anyone else see that? The game learned. That is hilarious. Pick your brains, possibly make a Blight Caller spell shot build. Yeah. Also, I think it would be best played as a gun build in that scenario. Because in terms of spellcasting, Blightcaller does almost nothing to help spellcaster type setups. But Spellshot is also very good at gun setups, and Blightcaller helps that a lot. So that's how I would play it, personally. You grab your magic bullets, your Geist in the shell, you get a really dependable gun, and you just go to town. Wonderland's UI, yeah. Alright, so Freeze Cleave should be less of a problem with this. Diamond Gauntlet's bonus is going to be less tangible now, but we have Whisperer Rot, so it shouldn't be a big deal. Hey Lazy, how you doing? We're messing around with high crit chance Ghostblade. Did you have work today? If you did, how was work? See it? Stab-O-Matic in the melee slot. The game is being honest. Wednesday, Thursday is day off for me so far. Nice. So instead of spending points to spell, spend it on reload and gun stuff? Yeah. Yeah, that's what I would do. Hey, Lord Tobirama. Just getting back to the game. Not internet's better. Is Blightcaller better with Stab-O-Matic or Spore Warden? Depends on what kind of build you're trying to do. Blight Stabbo dot stuff is extremely powerful. and a lot of fun. Blight Spore gun stuff is very, very good. Blight Spore is also good for, action skill-based stuff. Really depends on what you're trying to do. Let's see how this plays out. Yeah, we'll hit wards for Wardo and Anvil. Crit Connoisseur, oh no. Wait, Crit Connoisseur on this setup is gonna be busted. Hang on. Hey Arctic Ninja, how you doing? Got a legendary armor, it was purple, so confused UI in this game's on funny joke. Is it the Steel Gauntlets, Tom Nasty? Because that's not a legendary. What's her crit chance? Yes. The answer is yes. I should put a little dexterity to get back to 100%, because we switched to a lower crit chance rage handle, so we lost some. But, resting 94 without Frostbite active, without Ghostblade enchant active. So with those, guaranteed. Running a Blight, Greyborn, Deathless is so much fun. Ooh, that sounds enjoyable. Because you've got all the ward refill stuff. Yeah, that sounds like a good time. I just go Plaguestorm on my Shroom Wraith. I'm using Barrage for Spore Fuse, feels so weak. Yeah, Barrage just kind of sucks. Weapon base, 17. With the, we were using a 20% rage handle before, and we were hanging out at 116% with the same stats we have right now. So the swing between just a couple percent on your melee weapon is huge. Steel Gauntlets? Yeah, it's a unique. Melee weapon has the highest crit chance. I believe you can get 21 on Akama? No. It must be 20 then. It'll be 20% on Rage Handle slash Kama, unless there's one that can get 21. I can't remember if there is. I'll try to phase you without Ghostblade so I can have it for third phase. Stop doing that. Being annoying. Pretty sure it's the 20% rage handle? Cool. Bye. It's a good combo on Wonderlands. A lot. Gonna have to be a bit more specific. Yeah, yes. Yes is the answer. We're just gonna stand here menacingly. Better question is, what combo's bad? It's still hard to answer.
Looks like I'm staying alive.
That spell shot in Graveborn, extremely powerful. Especially for spellcasting builds.
This should be interesting.
Just had some sort of interactive extension. Like a Twitch extension? Yeah, I do miss that from BL3. Although, in fairness, BL3's extension barely works anymore. And yeah, that's a weird 100% consistent AI thing. If you stand there, place Ghostblade there, Wastard runs out of it, and then back. Every single time. Reason to gain Ghostblade duration. I just have this passive here. The championship ring one. So maybe that's that turning on and off. That's when my duration's changing. I'm noticing that too. Hey Pinky, thank you for the 3 months. Glad you're back. Yeah, I'm back for a couple of days. Thank you for the support. Thank you for being part of the community. I appreciate you immensely.
She's on fire. Are you back?
Yay. Glad you're back, Qua.
Thank you, Pinky. Saw the bar bounce? Yeah. That's the only thing I have affecting duration, so it's gotta be that. Blade is nice for that. Thinking about it. If I'm running Blade, should I run Inflammation? Get some Barbara action going. Duration just change activation, by the way. If you notice the bar jumping, it's also slowing down or speeding up to compensate. Duration's locked upon activation. Okay, that's my understanding as to how it worked, but I didn't know the bar didn't comply with that. So it boils down to UI issue. Beautiful. Heal circle for Chad standstill tank damage. Yeah, I think you're right. I could even just crit with the fortifying sigil. Like, I could look for one of these with a crit chance part, so it has a high base. Like, currently, it's got no additional base, which I still somehow have 1% more spell crit chance. That must be from myth rank or something. Yeah, I don't know. But yeah, I could get a fortifying sigil with a crit chance part, and then just crit with that for Blade. Plant Scout before activating. Why are you here? It's rude. Hurry up. And I same frames. That's cool. Yeah, this is the stand still build. Just think about how much standing still does for us. Remember, Body Rune has built-in Spirit Rune, which gives you a 20% lightning bonus element on existing lightning damage. So we're getting a 20% bonus element for standing still from this. And then we have Diamond Gauntlets, which is giving us 50% Frost. Now, we're not using Frost, so that doesn't really do that much. But, you know, when we do have Frost dots going, I guess it helps that. But that 50% crit chance is real good. That Dark Magic efficiency is helping when our Contagion rolls our dots into a Dark Magic one. That's helping heal us. Stand still build. Hey, Nefsy, how you doing? Good to see you. Alright, let's rewards. As much as I want more melee weapons, I want to mess around with Hammer and Anvil here. Because Hammer and Anvil is different in others in that it wants to be full for its effect to happen. So it needs to, like, refill constantly. But we have amped up and Wraithmail to that end. And we don't have Restore the Veil, which would make it a little bit easier. But with these two, we should still get decent uptime, especially because we are now using Lightning melee. So we're applying amped up first rather than, like, third. Either Wardu or Hammer and Anvil is going to be great here, because we lose the Body Rune, Spirit Rune shenanigans, but we would gain another thing that's always critting. And that could just be fun, if nothing else. Another fun thing about this setup is, if you've ever wanted to know what From the Shadows without the damage penalty for the melee hits would look like, that's this. The only difference is our dots aren't critting. But we don't have the damage penalty, but we still have full crit chance. Which is pretty cool. And having that consistent alchemical agent is valuable. Extremely valuable. Hammer and Anvil, I'll take that. I still need to roll this Rage Handle to a favorable enchant. So we'll take care of that first. From the Daylight build. Uh-oh, the reroll gods are not pleased with me right now. That's okay. Okay. Yeah, this Barbalode isn't helping my primary output anymore, because I'm not using Frost here. Damage is still competitive, though. Do I have a... No, I don't have an appropriate lightning barbaload. Chat be full of cuties? True.
War for the culling.
It's not bad. With XE Blade, our downtime feels a lot less, wasted. Also, that's a brimming bad egg. I wanted that for that other setup. Take it. I don't have a perfect setup right now. I'm using Curse Wit or Reaper of Bones, Amnesia setup, loving it. Recommend very much. For Bereaver, yeah, I guess you could make that work. Or, really anything but Blightcaller using Reaper. You could justify Curse Wit as long as you're able to get in range. Yeah. One of the rare cases where I don't dismiss Curse Wit. Almost fully behind in last week's hotfix. Looks like the Mesticated drop rates can show new rates for C50. Highly curious reading that change. Yeah, I'll show it in the chamber room. But basically, your chance for getting a non-chaos tiered item dropped from 49% to 29%. And that 20% was distributed among the existing chaos tiers. So instead of a 0.99% chance of Ascended, you now have a 1.41% chance of Ascended. For example. It just feels better. That feels real nice. Chilling at 105% crit chance right now. That's without Frostbite, but with Diamond Gauntlets and Ghostblade Enchant. Yeah, 94 with Diamond Gauntlets, no Ghostblade Enchant. And then with nothing, it's 83. Pretty good. Change gonna be permanent? I certainly hope so. On hammer. Choosing to use that shite looking armor, at least make your character look like Thanos. What do you mean? UI, please let me see my character. There we go. It doesn't look that bad. You can't even see it behind the gun. It's fine. It's fine. Everything's fine. Is it greedy to want them to see the non-chaotics... to drop the non-chaotics even more? No. Not greedy at all. I don't think it's unreasonable. I think it could stand to come down further. I think that non-chaotic drops should be the second least common thing. Like, Ascended should be the least common, but then non-chaotic should be the next slice of the pie. But currently it's still not set up that way. It's not far off anymore. Love how the Sham returned to Shamwai. I think Shamwai is a cooler name for it. I think if they're gonna make items return, then putting spins on them and implementing them slightly differently, like in the way they did the Shamwai, is a good way of doing it. Because I find the concept of returning items just very boring. If we get C16, that'll help. Yeah, it would. I've never seen him refuse to burrow that long, but I'll take it. For returning items, Gearbox are gonna die. But think about it this way, Nepsy. Would it be rewarding if he just came back without, you know, a several year-long farm? Would it really be rewarding? Morning, Assassin. How you doing? Get newer, improved at. Yeah, with better parts. So just putting your mom on dating sites. Doing good, just got up, got my coffee and breakfast, hope the runs are good today. They are. Informative. Keep in mind, this is with lightning damage against Celissa, who just resists it. So that's not a bad place to be damage-wise. I'm actually not displeased with that at all. I can use some ads though, Celissa. You can help me out. Thank you. How's the Axis Blade feel? Good. Axis Blade feels like a good play here.
Pay me back later, okay?
Brain hasn't moved past getting a dad with better parts. Listen. It's 2022, J-Bridge. Anything's possible. Isn't really a Lucky 7 equivalent in this game, is there, for crit? No. No. The closest you could get is just how spells in melee are just much easier to get to auto crit than like anything in any game before, in a general sense, like a non-specific sense. Obviously you have exceptions like laser hand, you can make it always crit. You could use shadow step to make a melee swing always crit, that kind of thing, but like just having easy access to high values of crit chance in this slot and this slot, I think that's as close as we're gonna get. I mean, that's impactful because I could, for example, apply all this monstrous crit chance stacking tech and then slap on a Spellblade and then Stab-O-Matic, you know, guaranteed crits punch bot without having to use From the Shadows type shit. Which is impactful. Could, like, slap on a Bolt Lash to get Barbaload tech in that. Of course, you know, you don't get Universal Soldier that way, but you get the idea. I think crit chance is, undervalued, ironically enough. How to maximize gun crit chance on Shroom Wraith? You don't. You just shoot the crit spot. Hey, Kummers, how you doing? See, gun crit chance and ability crit chance don't scale the way spell and melee do. So if you look at base crit chances, everything has that base of 5%. See, it says at the top, base critical hit chance 5%. Then you'll have appropriate boosts for each one, bringing them up to different values. But you see my melee crit chance is able to go a lot farther, not just because I have bonuses for it everywhere, but because when calculating your melee crit chance, you get that base of 5 added to whatever your card shows. So I have a base of 22. With spells, you can get, some spells can have a base of like 45%. You can get ice spikes that have a base of 45%, which makes it very easy to get those auto-critting. Just bowfire one arrow out of the bow at a time. I think +1 projectile doubles up. It makes enemies to Christmas trees like in playing Stickies and Monster Hunter. I think +1 projectile does make it fire 2. Think so. That would make sense, because it doesn't give you an additional bow, so it would have to do the projectile thing. Normal cast give 1 bow? I think the normal cast gives 2 bows. Unless I'm remembering completely incorrectly. I don't have one on me to check, I don't think. Two bows. Thank you, Kummers. So how would you punch a bot? Just stop the Robolution. All 4 phases of the latest mirror out. Completely lost track of time. Yeah. Been out for, phase 4 came out last week. And I'm happy to say with Redmorn never had that moment where it's like, oh, this is too much now. No, Redmorn just remained a good boss the whole time. You know, it's not without flaws, but it's a challenging, enjoyable boss that evolves meaningfully and is a good time to fight. Redmorn's pretty good. Definitely the highest quality of the DLC bosses. So I'd say, for the most part, the mirrors were ascending in quality. You could argue that 2 was a step back from 1 in some areas, but for the most part, they did just get better over time, as we predicted. Still ways to go for sure, but I like Redmorn a lot. Hey, there's Mace Wardews. Low chaos tiers though. Will it matter that much? I don't think it'll matter that much. Take one to have one. Gotta count in phase 2 4. Yeah, I think you'll enjoy them. My advice going in is make sure you bring multi-element coverage. Don't commit to one element, because then you might end up having a real bad time. But other than that, go and have fun. Think Redmorn can be considered a raid boss? Nah. Doesn't have remotely enough HP. Also, mechanically pretty simple compared to raid bosses. Modern raid bosses, I should say. And is not really accessed in a way that, you could consider conducive to fighting the boss. It's still a 15-minute run to the boss every time. And while Mirror 4's format is very similar to Maliwan Takedown's format, I think the complete lack of checkpoints, the slow pacing in a couple places place it away from completely being a raid, but I think it's the most raid-like content we've had, Mirror 4 as a whole. With the exception of the 4 raid bosses we got at launch, which are true just raid bosses. Hey Swin, how you doing? Stop giving me weird enchants. Yeah, Denalia. Roddy is one of Imelda's 2 biggest fans. Just out of pure spite. Imagine a takedown with no checkpoints, that'd be rough. It would be. Like, imagine you same frame to a boss, like you kill the boss, the mid-boss of the takedown, but you same frame. You can't just respawn at the checkpoint and check your loot and continue. No, you gotta restart if it uses mirror rules. Which is, not ideal. I'm waffling on whether I want more dexterity here, because more dexterity would make up for this rage handle having less crit than the other one I was using. But I don't think I really need to worry about that too much. I want a Queen's Cry taser. Do I have one readily available? If not, we'll have to hit the Pistol Bunny for a run. Doesn't appear that I do. Okay. That's why Quag just ignores all my messages about her. Not ignore. Just unconsciously filter. Yeah, shock-resistant enemies become a whole song and dance with this. I gotta use Ghostblade at times I don't necessarily want to because of them. There's a lot more enemies that resist lightning than any other element. Crit Connoisseur run, though. Sheesh.
Magic, just go!
Bye. Because most of the miniatures are made of plastic, so they insulate electricity. That makes a lot of sense, and I hate you for saying that. Because now I don't think I can be annoyed about the lightning resist anymore. Because it makes sense. Why are you like this? I speak curse? You do. Love metal miniatures personally, so they would have a lightning vulnerability. Ben Brookie. Okay. You can be the dungeon master for Wonderlands 2. How's that sound? I prefer your elemental matchups. Fred the Goblin might be made into a meme just for you. It'll be reskin Pigwort and have SpongeBob's no chance at HP. Ah, so still an easy one-shot? Sad. Sad. Subreddit for this game is really depressing. Subreddit for most games is just an absolute hellscape. Something that will put your mind at ease, Denalio, is no matter how much those people believe they represent a majority, they don't. Another Dragon's Dogma W. Remnant subreddit's pretty decent, too. Thanks for 600 bits coffee, I appreciate it. Also, I can't speak. Ugh. Just rage handle things. Terraria subreddit's great too. Generally wholesome community over there. Love to hear it. Love to hear it. In the early BL3 days, the trading subreddits were actually pretty good. The console trading subreddit community was actually fantastic. These Mass Effect Dragon Age subs generally just limit their toxicity to no, my romance is the right one. Sounds about right. Took you long enough. I should have checked for Banshees, but oh well. What's happened there with Banshee? What do you mean? Like, what killed her? Didn't hardly any damage and you melt her after she moved? Yeah, because I'm a Ghostblade build, and I started using Ghostblade. I didn't plant down Ghostblade in the first phase because where she's positioned there, the hitboxes don't quite work well. But when she moves to that second position, there's a certain angle where you can position Ghostblade where it will hit her. So I went from not using my damage to using my damage. Just the difference between having Ghostblade active and not. That's all. Because if I can't swing my weapon, and I can't use my Ghostblade, all I'm doing is shooting for Executioner's Blade, which is inconsistent and a lot less damage than the other two outlets I have. But as soon as I can get the Ghostblade up and running, then we're all good. I'll go back to hitting melee weapons for a bit. I could hit spells too. Let's hit some spells. So I can't recall if I've done Redmore and 4 on this character. No, only done 2. I should do Redmore and 3 and 4. Maybe we do that next. I should make sure to carry a non-elemental melee weapon with me, though. For flexibility. Yasha, thank you for the 10 months. At the tier 2, once again. Heck indeed. Thank you so much, Yasha. Hope you've been doing well. Support means a lot. Do I have a non-LE at all? Yes, it's just showing as that because Wonderland's UI moment. Cool. Kama's trying, but it's non-LE. Look at that, that's high crit damage.
Girl and she's on fire. There you go, Quack.
HEK.
Thank you again, Yasha, I appreciate it. Like, this and Cryo would be really good. Also, you know, Ancient over Vampire. Of course, preferred. But it made an effort. I respect it. The only reason negativity around this game bothers me, I'm worried Gearbox will be more likely to listen to them continue to do stuff like nerf boss damage or other unnecessary changes, especially in making decisions around weapon class balancing. Sometimes I feel like that, but then I keep in mind there's some areas where they decided to be hands-off and just kind of wait. and it worked out in their favor. For example, one of the first and loudest complaints about the game at launch was that Melee needed an overhaul, and they just didn't do that. And as we've found after months of theory crafting, Melee is arguably the strongest thing in the entire game. Just swinging a melee weapon. Not even the spicy melee like shooting a stab-o-matic. No, you could get some of the fastest recorded melts of most bosses and fastest recorded clears of most mobbing rooms by just swinging a melee weapon. And that's something that Gearbox did not cave to the less informed feedback on. Something to keep in mind. And in terms of how they've dealt with balancing things downward, it's generally been light touches. Almost nothing has been, like, gutted, and the things that have been gutted, well, the thing, singular, Sawmill, was largely accidental. It's the only time they didn't really have a light touch. Like, Spellshot has been nerfed several times, but is still, if you were to quantify a strongest class, still the strongest class. They have not been caving to the overbuff requests for Clawbringer. There's still people treating Clawbringer as if it's week 2 and we know nothing about it. Still people asking for more buffs for it. There's a couple individual things that could be ironed out, but there's people still asking for sweeping Clawbringer buffs, which are not necessary, and Gearbox is not doing that. That's good. There's people who knee-jerked when Blightcaller came out and were like, nerf Spirit Swarm. I don't think that's necessary either, and they haven't done that. So there's some areas where that feedback isn't inflicting the worst-case scenario on us, but you're absolutely right that there's some where it has. Like, the boss damage nerf is just completely unnecessary. And I still dislike that that happened. But it's kept me in a space where I'm a little positive about it. And remember, no matter how much the doomsayers are saying that, you know, the situation's dire, this needs to be fixed, that needs to be fixed, remember that sales and retention for these games has only gone up. Borderlands 3, shattered records. Wonderlands, shattered records. As they've modernized, it's gotten more popular, it's made them more money, it's grown the community, not diminished it, no matter what certain people coming from certain nostalgic backgrounds will tell you. That's just how the numbers work.
This mirror has skeletons, eternal
So,
flames, and a specter of fear. So, I'll be right at home.
Truth.
Redmorn stole my gold, my dignity, my pride. I'm taking it back, starting with the cash. Another one for the coffers.
Clawbringer is so weak, my top 2 highest characters couldn't be Claw and kill most bosses. Lead voice of the community, entire subreddit make it seem like Wonderland's been the biggest fail in all gaming last year or something. And that's how you can tell that certain types of discourse are primarily emotionally motivated and not logically. Now, in the interest of fairness, I am going to admit that that's easier for me to say from the perspective of someone who this game fits my interests a little more. But it's important to know that even if you don't like something, doesn't make it a failure. And that's where certain discourse falls apart. Because, for example, infamously, I think that Borderlands 2 in 2022 is about as fun as having diarrhea. But that does not accurately translate to me saying the game is a failure, nobody likes it. Like, that's two entirely different things. Catch my meaning? I don't like sports, so sports are the worst thing ever, nobody likes it. Exactly. Clawbringer's so weak, the enemy was able to regret his life choice before they became a loot puddle. It's funny, because people will be like, well, launch Clawbringer. If we look at launch Clawbringer, launch Awe, if we had known exactly the impact of Awe then, that we know about it now. Like, launch Awe basically let you do what I'm doing for melee crit chance here, but for everything. Everything. If we had known everything we could do with that back then, Clawbringer was stronger than Spellshot. Like, just straight up. Stronger. Did more for your build as a whole than Spellshot did. But that's the thing with the launches of every single lands game. The most vocal people are not the theory crafters. It's not fair to the diarrhea though. Oof.
My wallet. Gold goes so well with my robes.
Team Fortress 2 taught me the crits are very balanced. Really like them to fix console split screen UI though, it's borderline unplayable for real. I've heard that. And the UI in general. The UI in general for this game is, it could have been a lot better in a lot of areas. I do not think that is up to standard.
It's like that old saying. Nothing gold can stay.
If you enjoy having diarrhea, then I will try not to judge you. Whatever gets you up in the morning. There's the thing. There's the thing.
Now that I've got my money back, it's time to get my standards back.
Roddy only enjoys it because that's what Imelda's food gives them all the time. Oof.
Phone's rattling in fear already. So annoying.
Oof.
So glad to be getting rid of these.
When you're right, you're right. Why are you over there?
How could I have been so blind to all of these flags before?
There's one enemy type I'm waiting for, and I'll cry if we get a raid boss for it. Which kind is that? Beholder? Beholders in this game would be cool. I feel like, in a way, Bunny Dog plays like kind of what a Beholder could. Like, with the whole don't let it look at you thing. You get what I mean? Really thought it would happen since the Cyclops and all. Yeah, like just have a big Cyclops. I could totally do it. Or, I mean, it would need to have more, but yeah. Betting there's some Wizards of the Coast rights issues there. They don't have to call it a Beholder. They could call it a Sea Holder. Sea Holder. Get it? Get it? Chat, do you get it? Actually, sounds like something Gearbox would do. A taste holder, and it's just all tongues. That's fair.
I won't miss that one.
D holder. Y'all are down bad. Wish I was better at this game, could actually get past Chaos 1. Have you tried dropping your menu difficulty down? It doesn't even have to be a permanent thing, you could just change it until you're more comfortable. But if you put this on Relax, not only do you deal more damage, enemies deal less to you, and your elemental matchups are a little more favorable. Or a little less punishing, I should say. Often I see people not using all of the in-game difficulty customization settings to their advantage, and there's a lot of them. If you combine menu difficulty and chaos tiers, then that's 153 different elective difficulty levels in this game. And that's before considering that you also have relative difficulty levels based on class and build style. And then you have whether or not you elite rooms in the chamber, whether or not you take curses, how much you spec into survivability. Lots of ways to make the game easier on yourself. Feel like a cop-out? That's a mentality that I'd personally try to get around, because what else is it for, if not for learning? And also, never feel shamed for your difficulty level choices. They're there to be used. You do not have to experience things on a harder difficulty ever. The entire point is customizing the experience to a point where you individually feel challenged and satisfied. Or not even necessarily challenged if that's not for you. Just the satisfaction bit. Life's hard enough. Hear that. Yeah, chaos level is difficulty slider, not a progression system. What is this, Oblivion? I just thought of the dialogue wheel when you said that for some reason. I'm just thinking of the Oblivion facial expressions. You know? You know, the exaggerated... If you know, you know. Hey, I missed it because of the call. What's your favorite class of multi-class of Blight Caller? Generally Stabomancer, but I have a lot of Blight Caller multi-classes. I really enjoy Blight Graveborn specifically for Reaper of Bones stuff. Stabo Blight for lots of things in the dot sphere, great. Stabospore, or not Stabospore, Blight Spore and Blight Spell are great for gun stuff. But if I had to pick one, probably Stabo. Oblivion DLC with Shagora, it's still one of my favorite DLCs in gaming. Shivering Isles, it's a good expansion. Bogbarian's amazing survivability, at least C25-ish. Yeah, Bogbarian holds up very well survivability-wise later on. Just you need to be a little more selective how you deal your damage. Because you're taking two generalists that don't really have a focus between them. So you're gonna need to shore up that a lot with a heavy focus or a specific interaction or some gear. Otherwise you end up in an area of you can do a bunch of things well, but none of those as well as a different class could. Which, to be clear, is still strong enough to clear all content. It's like how you can take a Clawbringer Spore Warden and your only real niche left available to you is gun builds. Now, you don't do that as well as some other gun classes, but you still do it well enough to clear the game. It's easiest to think of it that way. I just almost mantled off the edge because auto-mantle. You have no idea. My chest hurts. I was looking away and then I looked back like, fuck. Oh, fuck. I'm not built for that. Ow. Instant stress. Because there's no checkpoints here. I don't even know if you can fall there. But I don't want to find out. Absolutely, Locate Legend. I got you. Also, hope you're doing well. There you go, Eucomers. Courtesy, I can't speak. Need more caffeine. Courtesy of Loki Legend. Thank you for hanging out, both of you. It's much appreciated. And hope you're both doing great. What's the highest KS level the Dreadwind still clears comfortably? You can clear C50 with Dreadwind. You've just got to kind of specialize the higher you go. You can use any multi-class combination for Dreadwind and feel pretty good up to C35. Above C35, I start to heavily lean towards Frost Shiver, so you can get Alchemical Agent. But in terms of Frost Shiver, you can very comfortably clear C50. It's one of my preferred setups, actually. My Dreadwind setup is the tankiest one I have out of all my builds. Have fun to know you're streaming today? I'm feeling better, Boom. I'm taking it easy. I'm honestly surprised I've been able to go for this long. We'll try for a full-length stream. I will be streaming today, tomorrow, and then I'll be off for a little over a week. And Coffee, thanks for taking care of Loki Legend. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. I'm gonna try Frost Shiver or Dreadwind to be better than Ghostblade? Yes. It would have a higher damage potential if that is your threshold for better. But Frost Shiver allows you to do more flavors of melee at a level where I'd consider them viable. Like, Frost Shiver is the peak of swing melee, the peak of Dreadwind melee, and can competently do Ghostblade. Now, I'd say it's probably a third place choice for Ghostblade, but the fact that it does take that first place slot for swing melee and Dreadwind melee says a lot. These are okay, less than preferred for the past while, I've been hanging in there. Well, hopefully that gets to a space where you can say it's, not weighing on you as much. You know, this community's always here for you. And, your generosity has always been noted. I'll see a meme dankly and all that good shit. Still enjoy hitting the wheel? Yeah, as long as I, exercise some restraint and don't sit there for too long. But hitting the wheel is very efficient for loot gains, especially with how many souls DLC 4 gives you. Like, I'm sitting on 2,000 souls here, and I don't farm souls anymore. Like, the way we did back in DLC 2 and 3, you know, soul farming. You don't have to do that anymore. You can just play the game, play DLC 4, and you get a ton, enough to last you a while. Being a little more adventurous than I maybe should be. Swing speed, yeah, Poison. It's great. It's simply a good time. I didn't mind dying in DLC 4 because the next run means you have a ton of souls. Yeah, I'd still like there to be checkpoints, but yeah, that's true. Silver lining. I think I'm using a 4th or 5th place choice for Ghostblade. Still a ton of fun. Yeah, Ghostblade is something I very much underestimated. Like, I clowned on Ghostblade a lot when the game came out, because I hadn't taken the time to theorycraft and then play with it, and I was going off its paper performance a lot. So yeah, I was proven wrong. Ghostblade is fantastic. Say it's the most fun weapon or spell. It's underrated. Most fun. That's still going to be somewhat subjective, but the immediate thing that jumped out to me is Skeep Prod. Skeep Prod is one of the highest mobbing DPS things in the entire game. But it still gets slept on because there's still people running around saying sniper rifle's bad. No, Skeep Prod slays, especially when you support it with gear. Skeep Prod's unreal. Goodbye, Redmorn. Just has ammo problems. Realistically, it doesn't even. Like, you can solve that. There's ammo altars, and you can also build for ammo regen. Like, you can solve the Skeet Prod's ammo problem without too much effort. What just happened? Barbalode. We use Barbalode to take out multiple heads. Hey Poison, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Means a lot. Thank you so much. 289 in the channel. Incredibly generous. Thank you so much. Got gifted a sub by Poison. Please throw them some love. Thank you, thank you. Hey Dogman, asking yet again about when community build docs for Runruns come out, pretty please. So I actually addressed this during my stream last week, and Lazy addressed it during his as well. The plan is actually to start on that soon, to get the team together. Now, I'm going to be away for a little bit, so most likely this will be like late September, early October is when we start. And no, I'm not going to have an ETA on when it'll actually release and everything, but I plan to pull the team together to start working on it late this month, early next month for build docs. We have a lot of ideas of how we're going to do it. But the game's in a stable enough state where I feel we can justify it now.
She's just a girl and she's on fire. There you go, Quack.
1998. I remember that year.
She's just a girl and she's on fire. There you go, Quack.
Skeletons and loot galore. One loot act.
Barbalode Redmore melt the other day and felt like a pro streamer. Good for you, Pragmatic.
On fire. There you go, Quack.
Wonder Vendors assemble.
When I was younger, I didn't know my own worth.
289 just so happens to be slacking. Great Pokemon.
But I
She's just a girl and she's on fire. There you go, Quack.
every bit counts. And I'll have to count every bit, because these jerks are a bunch of swindlers.
Hey DMJ, how you doing? Hope you're having a good day? I'm having a good day. I had a string of difficult days. Feeling a little more physically able today. So trying to squeeze in a couple streams before my schedule gets disrupted again. But yeah, feeling good today. I hope you're doing well. And happy to have you here. Are your nose hair trimmer? For what? Because it's you, my immediate assumption is not that it's for nose hair trimming. So for what? Also green or gold? Let's go with green. Hey Peric, thank you so much for the raid. I appreciate it. How'd your stream go? What'd you get up to? Thank you for the 23 months. Thank you so much. Welcome in all friends, old and new, and varying amounts in between. Those who don't know me, I'm Quag. I've been a sicky boy, so I've been not on my normal streaming schedule. But currently we're messing around with a bit of science. So we're figuring out how valuable crit chances as a stat to Ghostblade builds. We've been experimenting with a lot of different specs. As you can see right now, me just vibing. My melee crit chance is 90%. Yes, Torg, it is good for the glutes. 90%. And we've been able to, with various configurations today, get over 100%. It's been very impactful.
There you go, Quack.
Oh, whoa, what disqua?
Thank you again for the 23 months, almost 2 years. The support, the friendship, everything has just been incredible. Thank you so much. I look to you and Lazy to know what's what in Wonderland, see rock. Hey, I'm happy to help out, Dogman, truly. I heard my dad's fuzziness. Understandable. Back your ears. I don't know if I'm buried there. I don't think I am. Third day 0 run, super fun. Things overall tough and I stand optimistic. I will sip some bean water to that. Doing really good as a real adult today. Did the dishes, cooked food for a couple days, vacuum, went out for a walk. So I feel like I've really earned some me time hanging out on streams watching. That's fantastic. That's a bunch of difficult things done. I can really relate to that. Yesterday, my first day, you know, not spending half or more of the day in bed, ill. I went and I walked a total of 4 miles because there's some errands I had to get done. So I walked 2 miles there in the rain, you know, fought with someone behind a desk for a while, 2 miles back in the rain, got done what I needed to get done. So, good for us being productive. You know my secret? Yeah, I do. I won't tell anyone. What are you farming? We're just completing, Forms 3 and 4 of Redmorn. So it's available in our Chaos Chamber boss pool. Also, I just like doing the Redmorn fight. So currently we're not farming, we're playing. Often, people forget to play. They'll just play this game to farm. No, you could play for the gameplay, too. And currently, I'm, playing for gameplay and unlocking, content for use in the Chaos Chamber, while I also test out some build stuff. Hey, Boom, thanks for taking care of Dog, man. I appreciate it. 38 in the channel. Means a lot. Hey, coffee beans, like pinto beans, like boiled coffee beans with some smoked neck bones. Are you okay? Every Moogirl sentence is just like, fine, fine, fine. What was that last bit?
Don't forget the interest. I lost so much gold in stocks. Beanstalks specifically. They're not all magical, you know.
4 miles sounds really far. I don't know what that is in your metric, but I'm impressed. It's just because, like, I don't drive, so often if there's an errand I need to run, I just walk, which, when I was a bit healthier, was fine, and I still do enjoy walking. It's just, lately, I've been very ill. All-time, I was gonna say all-time highs, all-time lows, technically, in fact, so it's very strenuous for me. But I got it done. At the end of the day, you do what you gotta, right?
I won't count it now, but I will be counting on it later.
I got appetite eating things, so I'll go make something, be back in a bit. Ooh, relatable. Yes, go eat. Go eat.
LARPing is basically
Take advantage of the appetite while it's there. Hey, Symphony. Did the bunnies on C50 for the first time, and a Frostwilder got absolutely wrecked by the first boss in the forest. When he builds a Frostwilder, it's possible to kill all the bunnies with Tina. Did all the bunnies. Oh, the raid bosses. Yeah, you can do that with... So, here's the thing. In this game, the way build crafting works, gear tends to matter more than anything else. Now, there's some class combinations that skew it in a different direction.
She's the girl and she's on fire. There you go, Quack.
Hey, Boom, thanks for taking care of Symphony, I appreciate it. You can clear any content with any multi-class in this game, straight up. It'll depend on a lot on what you're using. Now, something you can take advantage of, with each of those raid boss fights is that... Hey, Majin Gizmo, how you doing? Is that there's something that each of them is sort of weak to. For example, against the blue raid boss. Hey, Streamer, how are you? Gloopathoth. With that one... Gloopathoth, I guess. With that one, it's got an intense vulnerability to crossbolts and saw blades. So if you stick a bunch of crossbolts and saw blades into it, and then the phase where you're hitting its weak spot expires, after you've done the mechanics to drop it to the ground and, you know, hit it before it goes back up, then that does an extra chunk of damage. With Bunny Dog, it's very weak to being hit in the crit spot. So you can wait for it to do its sandstorm thing and then wail on it then.
Girl and she's on fire. There you go, Quack.
Hey, Boom, thanks for taking care of Majin Gizmo as well. I appreciate it. It's not even a first-time message. See Huey for a minute, give it up. And then with Barkenstein, having melee damage in your formula helps a lot, because Barkenstein, when you shoot its weak spots, that damage dealt, that additional damage scales off your melee formula. So there's little hard counters to each. Berserker has some melee damage in Tree, so you'll have good damage against Barkenstein. Spore does really good damage to weak spots, so that'll put you in a good position against the other bosses. And then with the Maker, the thing with her is you can take advantage of the Void Bunnies, then you can bonk those into her, and because those instances scale off your damage formula, you'll just be getting good, consistent damage off of that. I would recommend diversifying your weapon types and making sure you have bossing stuff covered. So you're going to want multiple bossing weapons if you're doing the full Maker Gauntlet, especially in a gun build. I would recommend having Luddites and Sword Explosions of as many elements as you can, and that would set you up pretty well. Anything more fun at Wonderland than in Borderlands looks really similar? They're similar. They're basically cousins. What Wonderlands does is Borderlands-style gameplay in a dungeon crawler style game. So the content is designed differently, even though the core gameplay is similar. So if you like the concept of crafting your build, filling out your skill tree, experimenting with lots of different wacky items, but you like the game design of something more like Diablo, where you've got the randomized dungeons as your primary content, then that's how this game works. Get some tea, because this gifted sub deserves a toast, so to speak. Sounds good, DMJ. What's his emote? It's Quagsire. It's a Pokemon. Thanks for the tips. Guess we'll be farming more Luddites and Sword Explosions. Yeah, best of luck. Melee and spells are the standouts in Wonderlands. Yeah, you can do gun builds just like with Borderlands games, but it's really worth diving into the melee system in this game in particular. This has the most well-executed melee in any Lands game they've ever done, and we have, instead of grenades in this game, we have spells. Now, Borderlands 3 had a lot of good grenades, but this game takes spells and takes them even out of the realm of you can use this to kill things, you can use this to debuff things. There's just a lot you can do with spells, and a purely spell-focused build and a purely melee-focused build, generally, those will both perform better than a purely gun-focused build, because this game gives you lots of options. Game has a lot of creative weapons. It does. build for claw, spell shot, gun build. You could do a pretty good gun build. You could do a pretty good spell build as well.
Judge me by my old standards.
Remember, Clawbringer has Dragon Aura, which applies to all elemental damage. It has Awe, which applies to anything that is capable of critting. So you could still stay spell focused if you so chose. But you'd probably be best served by doing some sort of gun spell hybrid in that case. Would you say is the best character in the game? Just curious. Like the best playable class? Saberwolf? Generally, best is not something that's quantifiable, but this is one of those rare exceptions, depending on what you like. Yes. The spell shot class has the most stuff it can do. Like, spell shot class is the strongest of the spellcasting oriented things. Like, if you're gonna do a pure magic build, then yes, spell shot wins there. Spell shot is also the leader of the pack for gun type builds. So if you're interested in either of those things, spell shot's a great thing in your arsenal. But because of the way the spell damage stat works, and we have a bunch of things that allow you to convert spell damage into other stats, you could also make a case for spell shot and even certain melee stuff. So if you wanted just like a really good all-rounder that's gonna add something to pretty much any build, spell shot. But fortunately, you can pick 2 classes. You get a second one at a certain story progression point, about a third into the story. So you can do lots of different things. Very cool, thank you. You're very welcome. Speaking of spells, just got an absolutely disgusting Wicked Gossip. Yo, Wicked Gossip's such a good spell. I like that it's not just strong through big number, it's just mechanically interesting as well. Had a loop on Pokemon, consider I haven't played it since Pokemon Red and old Game Boy Color. Charmander gang all day. Yeah, Quagsire is a Generation 2 Pokemon, so that would have been the next set of games that came out after those, yeah. Alright, this build, whack. I like melee. Most of my builds in this game are melee.
What a vision you are.
Because it's so satisfying, and it's so well implemented. There's a lot of depth to melee in this game. It's not like BL3 where it felt like an afterthought. BL2 where it's like, you could pick these 2 characters and then punch. Nah, in this game there's so much depth to it. Slime Rancher 2 is coming. Is this a good thing? Just so I know how to react. Oh, that is a good thing? Yes! Yay!
All these flags, and I still didn't know bad news when I saw them.
Do deaths after an encounter cleared count towards losing the dungeon? Because sometimes dots kill me. They do not count. Unless you are in the Maker's room, then they do count. But otherwise, no, they don't. Ever see the cheesy Dana Carvey movie, Master of Disguise? No. I don't think so, anyway.
Love my job.
Can I make a build that simply explodes? If so, what combo? Now, you should know by now, Irish. Lots of things explode. You're gonna have to get way more specific. Like, for example, Sword Explosion explodes. It's a gun. There's lots of spells that explode. Want everything to explode? I want to explode. I mean, I guess you just go, like, spell shot, and then some other class and you just use splash guns and spells that explode. Laser hand technically explodes. Almost all spells get area damage. So technically, they're all exploding. Except for, like, arc torrents. Mike's a fake gamer, he plays Madden 2023. I've never played a Madden game. I don't know how they work. Actually, that's not true. I played a Madden game once, and I didn't know how it worked then. And that was, like, 6 years ago. I still don't know how they work.
I really want an omelet now.
How to get my pants to explode? I was gonna say carefully, but that seems like the opposite of the right answer. I don't know. I do not have that information.
I really want an omelet now. Those wyverns sure know how to lay a beat down.
I was hoping it would be kind this time.
Don't feel bad about breaking them.
It's not being kind this time. The more I've done this DLC, the more I just don't like this room. Like, it's not so bad, it's just the RNGs, like... Sometimes you get it on the 3rd egg, sometimes you get it on the 9th egg. A little annoying.
Wyverns. More like why not die already burns, right?
There we go.
So many memories for me. Literally. I've got a much clearer picture now of where we go from here.
How about Dire Sack? Sort of makes you into a bomb.
If you want to access the secret treasury, you'll need to
I mean, if you're using Dire Sacrifice with any multi-class other than Bereaver, it's gonna suck. But you could. Life's a video game, I have the cheat codes. Share. So you want to do a Nova Torg build? Well, Novas can't be made to do decent damage at C50, so get that out of your head. They're just not gonna. You can make Dire Sack efficient if you invest a lot into it and play a specific multiclass, sure. And Torg guns are just kind of the best guns in general. Only competed with by Furior. So... Ask what kind of mic you use. Your voice sounds richful. I use a Blue Yeti. I use a, just a standard old Blue Yeti. I've had for about a year. Yeti's almost never given me any problems. I had some recently, but I think I figured it out. I think. Sounds really good. Hey, I'm glad. Seriously, feedback about audio quality helps streamers out a lot. Because it's like hearing the sound of your own voice. I have no idea what I sound like. And the mix that you guys are going to hear from the stream is different than what I hear through, you know, the game, etc. So it's useful feedback. Thank you. Cyber Chad 2077. Cyberphone got a new patch yesterday, and they also announced the expansion, finally. And released official modding tools, which is also cool. I'm here for it. Yeah. I was playing a little bit yesterday. Game's fun. It's come a long way. It's still, you know, unpolished in some areas, but they've done a lot for it. And it's one of those games that I never had the worst experience with. I always enjoyed it. It's always been buggy, but never unplayably so. And I like what's there. So I'm curious to see more. Having that Dark Souls Lorax game you used to play. What? Oh, Remnant? How did I get that from that? We actually talked about that a little bit earlier today, Moo Girl. Rumor Mill seems to have picked up on Gunfire Games might have registered a trademark for Remnant 2. Which is pretty cool. Since the first Remnant was made, Gunfire Games was acquired by the Embracer Group, which you might remember from, they acquired Gearbox a while ago. I believe recently they got Crystal Dynamics, which is the Tomb Raider devs. And basically the way Embracer does things is they just, like, give more resources so they can make better games. Like, they're not the kind that buy out and then change everything. They just buy out and they're like, okay, use more money, make that but better. So that's potentially really good news. Embracer's buying everybody, seems like. They're acquiring a lot of stuff, aren't they? That's a decent tire's truth. Have money do stuff, get us more money, basically. DLC spell armor called? What do you mean spell armor? That doesn't make sense. I don't know what you're talking about. Better than Microsoft? Yeah. Lich Sauger? That's a ward. Oh, ward? Yeah. Yet I was right. Got there eventually.
My soul fires in that wyvern. Kill it with fire. Or, you know,
that presents an interesting question. So, like, what is fire weak to in this? Because this is an armor bar, which is weak to poison. I wouldn't say fire is weak to poison. So does Vesper know how this game works? I don't think she does. Is your best character? No. It's just one that I've been focusing on today. Attack speed's crazy. Yeah, Rage Handle. We got a max swing speed variant of the Rage Handle, which stacks up attack speed as you swing with it. And that individual bonus per stack goes up with Chaos Tier, so we have the second highest tier of that. Basically, this is by far the fastest swing thing in the whole game. And we can go very fast with it. And that's really advantageous, because anything that checks more for how often you're hitting than how hard you're hitting, really likes that. For example, the Ancient Hilt we have on ours. So we get 5% of our action skills cooldown back each time we hit. So obviously, if we're hitting, like, 6 times a second, that's a lot of cooldown. And with Ghostblade, our main problem is our downtime, so that really helps smooth out our gameplay loop. Swing, swing, swing. Contemplating whether to get Dead Space for my PS3 or to do it in Alley. Wait for the remake. Wait for the remake. Wait for the remake. Most of my damage comes from frost weapons, is all I could find. Got Frostmoon enemies in Chaos Chamber. That's the risk with committing to an element. I'm currently committing to lightning because my setup is conducive to that. But I keep multiple elements around because you get full stop by certain enemies that resist. For example, when I was running Frost, I got full stop by Freezecleese. He just takes a while because he heavily resists that, and so I'm doing chip damage for my other stuff. If you go up against Celissa with Lightning, that takes a while because she's very resistant to that. So it's always nice to carry multiple elements for different situations. I gotta deal with some of these heads. Not quite how I wanted that to go. Am I stuck? It's a chicken. Big old chicken. There we go. Let me out of the corner. Thank you. Depending on what elements Redmorn is and what elements you use, sometimes the fight takes a while. Patience is key. You can see we're making progress. There we go. Seems a real raid boss to me now. You can also kill this boss before your feet touch the arena's ground, just by using appropriate elements. It really depends on what you bring in here. You get out what you put in. Sometimes I elect to go into this fight intentionally, just kind of brute forcing. Like, he was immune to lightning that whole time, yet I still used it. He was immune to poison a lot of the time, yet I still used it. Because I was still applying different effects I needed, and cross bolts, and it was still an enjoyable fight. Yeah, Redmorn's a fun boss.
There's nothing to fear there but fear itself. Literally.
Good influences to Shot TV. Try to be a good influence, Mugro. Also use and apply the melee damage increase. I'm using a Scalawag. Scalawag's my favorite because it can come in ×2 while still having this blade for that 25% damage just for holding it in your regular melee damage category. So that's additive to other melee boosts, whatever you might have from armor, enchants, all that stuff. And it still lets you get these crossbolts. Scalawag also rolls in every element. So I'm using a poison one specifically to apply the Blightcaller's Bog Down skill. And I like using... on top of all that, I like it being Skulldugger because that means I don't really need to commit to reloading. If I spend a while shooting, I can then spend a while swinging, and I never need to reload. Like Exiblade or Toxicity more? I'm thinking Exiblade, just because situationally it's been very nice. Whereas Toxicity is just stats. Like, I can make up the stats from Toxicity elsewhere. Whereas Exiblade is kind of irreplaceable. So I've noticed my damage output be smaller in some places, but the more I play, the more I'm leaning towards this. No, there's a catch with it. What's the gun with 40% blade? Rapscallion. The thing with the Rapscallion is that you cannot have crossbolts. You can have either that 15% blade or the crossbow barrel. Like being a pirate? Pirates are cool. Yar. One margarita at 11:30 a.m., not a tequila flight. See, that's progress. I'm proud of you. Drink water. And eat something. Ooh, new cosmetic. I don't have inventory space, though. I am too much of a hoarder. Get rid of those. Been running Chambers for 4 hours, got 9 Threads of Fate world drops. All world drops? I believe currently Threads of Fate has an increased chance to drop from Celissa and Shara. Or either Lucia or Shara. I forgot to actually sell those. So if you're fighting any of those enemies, you would have been getting more. I don't see cosmetics I haven't gotten that frequently anymore. Threads of Fate's fun? Yeah. Great for finding that double cooldown spell charge threads. Yeah, I still need to get my ass in gear on that. Something I'm working towards building for is I want to do an Ambi-Hex build that has Threads of Fate in one hand, and then, a Splintering Ice Spike in the other to debuff for that, like a repeating one, and then use Sever the Thread with like tasers and just kind of pew pew. Because the Splintering Ice Spike would probably be powerful enough with Double Knot to still mob well. I'll have to mess around with all that, but that's the build concept as it stands in my head right now. What's in your head? In your head. All world jobs to do Chaos Trials. And you've not come across Celissa or Lucia in that time? Yeah, sometimes I just get an item more commonly as a world drop too. I had a pretty bad stretch of a lot of mage staffs for a while. Splintering is the one with like ×9. Yeah, it's like ×7 or ×8. It can get projectile parts. It works like spell crossbolts. I'll do all of those in Ambi-Hex, sounds fun. Yeah. And because you can get repeating splintering, you can get a lot of bolts in a short period of time. How you doing? I'm doing well, TSG. How are you? Good to see you. I had a difficult few days, just personal-wise. Health and other stuff, but mostly sorted. Health still, but feeling well enough to stream today. So figured I'd squeeze in a couple streams before my schedule gets irregular again. Which it will. Doing good? Glad to hear. You know, they came in repeating? Yeah. I found one the other day and was like, huh. Get this away from me, game. Don't do that to me. That's gross. Stabbo Blight Mosquito with 2 and exploit their weakness and movement speed. And it's got the cooldown, the action skill cooldown. Get that away from me. Oh look, it's the 8th class. Yes, Mosquito, the 8th class. Having a headache trying to find low Scourge for Rocket Launcher or Limos. Thing just won't spawn. I think we've been down this road before. Why get it away from you? I don't get it. Because the Mosquito's Mantle is one of the single most, if not the single most, overpowered items they've ever made. It is utterly uninteresting. I want a level 13. I don't think you're gonna find a level 13 Scourge anytime soon. Considering the Deddy farm for that enemy doesn't show up until, like, the 20s. Like, the late 20s. Actually, I'm not sure Mosquito is best in slot for dot build because Spirit Swarm can't crit. Yeah, I think it's Amnesia for dot build. Like, I think it's actually just Amnesia. I put one on, didn't notice anything crazy happening. Yeah, you wouldn't get anything crazy except on whatever you're using to apply the dots, which is not really gonna...
I see a witch behind that glass.
Like, I suppose if your mosquito applied the dot, then I guess, but, like, that's so inconsistent. Using ice spikes is a word to take a spell shot skill that boosts crit chance. That's gonna depend on what you have going on, Kingman. So, what does your ice spike say crit chance-wise here? Like, see where my fortifying sigil has a 0% here? What does yours say there? And also, on top of that, what's your final crit chance for spell crit chance over here? I have one just general question. Well, there's no specific answer. Like, if points in Spell Sniper get you to a point where you are able to get over that 100% threshold because of that, and you're able to get guaranteed spell crits, then yeah, that can be very impactful. But if your gear is set up in a way, and you have enough crit chance parts on the spell itself, that you don't need that, then you wouldn't want to take it. Like, if you have spell crit chance here, and then you have an ice spike with a base of like 45% crit chance, which you can have, then like you probably don't need spell sniper. But if you don't have crit chance parts here, you don't have crit chance here, you don't have crit chance here, you don't have crit chance here, then maybe. If I could enter the Cistern at level 13, only way to do it's in co-op, tested it, started a fresh playthrough, and went through the game just killing muted enemies, reached that part at level 15, got 2 levels for reaching around 3-4. I mean, you're putting more effort into getting something that you are, like you just said, by the time you accomplish anything, you have out-leveled that. Like, the way you just described, reach that area at level 15, got 2 levels before reaching around 3-4. In that time, the other one you already got became usable. So you don't need the level 13. Like, this setup, for example, Kingman, is... I'm focusing on keeping my crit chance very high. I'm using a lot of different crit boosts. Like, at the moment, without all my buffs up, I'm at 90.9% for melee. Gotta go doctor's appointment, love your stuff, keep smiling. Do my best, Prince Old School. Thanks for stopping by. Hope your appointment goes well. Just accept I'm nuts the way I am. Hey, if it keeps you motivated and doesn't drive you crazy, then nothing wrong with it.
Time to put someone in a cab. Have a slice.
Ha, I still got a ticking. Fuck you, Nightmare. And I have Xe Blade for the rest. Trying the gun now, the reading gun just to find a way to consistently farm around 5k. Radium, then use read-only farm. Good luck. You'd honestly be better off just vendor farming. but we've been there before. Getting it pretty easily on Xbox One, enough to fix it so it can get items from there. It's not a likely drop at that level. If you can somehow complete the story and, like, have the Lilith chest available at level 13, then you would have a decent chance of getting it from that, because that's guaranteed legendary, only pulls from base game world drop pool. You have a decent chance there, but I don't know how you could get that open at level 13 without messing with your save. Because you'd level up past that from just quest progression alone, and mandatory enemies. And area discovery. You could attempt to win one through EchoCast and redeem it at a low level. That's an option. And transfer items from Xbox One to Steam. Oh yeah, you would just need a second person there. Or if you have the game on both platforms, you just join. There's crossplay, so you just, like... If it's your Steam account and your Xbox, you just boot both, play both, join together, and then you just trade. Threads of Fate of unlimited range? It's a good question. I don't actually know the range limit on it. It's a good question. If it does have unlimited range, that's a huge use case for it. It's like, I'm out of Ghostblade's range right now. I just tried to use it, it didn't work. Hey, Cookie Muncher, thank you so much for the raid. I appreciate it. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Those of you who don't know me, I'm Quag. I do build stuff in LANs games and play other stuff from time to time. Currently, we're messing around with the scientific topic of the day. Really high crit chance values. You see my melee crit chance value? Yes, Kevin, I'm explaining. Cat's excited. I'm trying out really high crit chance with Ghostblade, and it's a good time. It really affects how you gear. It's going great. How was your stream? Doing Dark Souls Remastered? You're way better at those games than I could ever hope to be. But what'd you get up to? I feel about item modding for peripherals, like save editing. Neutral on it. If it'll let you actually play the game, and if you're not using it for any ill intent, then sure. As long as it's legit rolls. Pepperidge Farm remembers the old level 1 Infinity Pistol farm. Yes, Kevin. Okay, I'm petting you. Can you relax now? Almost positive Threads has a limited range. That's really useful. That's really useful information. Thought your waiter is kind of something to me, though. Oliver Fortes. Thank you so much for the shout out. Of course. Chat, if you don't know Cookie Muncher, just lovely human being, wonderful individual, great vibes. Better gamer than I am in anything in the Souls sphere of stuff, for sure. That cannot be contested. Also does some cool cosplay. Plays lots of different games. Just go follow. Go follow, come back. Follow, come back. Evan, what are you doing? What do you want? I don't know what my cat wants. I don't think he knows what he wants either. No, not that end. Gotta sit? Okay, there we go. No, don't jump for the desk. You are way too big for that. He was gonna do it. Test and Drill's empty arena. It only stopped when it hit the end wall, so I'm pretty sure it has unlimited range. That's really good info. It means you could probably reliably use it to kill Bernadette. And it would, like, stick to Bernadette while you dealt with other targets. Provided you could get a good line of sight, that might work well on a Melda.
I believe there's a Kevin near you.
Cat named Kevin, that's amazing. Yeah, my cats are named Jake and Kevin. Welcome in, Jingle Keys. And Cookie Muncher, thank you so much for the 5 months. I appreciate it. Always means a lot. You're always supportive. Really, goes a long way. Thank you so much. Appreciate you. No, you. Missed opportunity to name them Finn and Jake. Now the song's in my head.
She's just a girl and she's on fire. There you go back.
Serious note, what kind of saves Wonderlands in? You have to finish the game? Depends on what you like. If you're big into build crafting, this game's got a lot of that. If you like dungeon crawling style endgame, like, think of its Borderlands gameplay with, like, Diablo endgame, where you go through randomly generated dungeons to fine-tune your builds and get more loot, and then you push your difficulty a little bit as you see fit. And that's just the core game. It's more focused. There's, like, less game here than a Borderlands game, for example. Well then, Borderlands 3, I should say, because there's still more game here than the other Borderlands games, despite what people would tell you. So there's less game than BL3, but it is more focused on the end game side of things. If you're a big story person, there's not as much here as you might be used to from another Lands game. But as someone who sits here looking at stat pages for a long time, this game scratches a bunch of itches for me. I'm still having a great time. And the balancing has been a little tumultuous with this game, but they've got it in a place where there's a lot of build options. There's a lot of gear options, a lot of playstyle options. I'm playing with an action skill that frequently gets downplayed by people and I'm using a combination that people tend to use for other things, but you can use it for melee builds to great effect. And I'm just doing lots of unconventional things right now, and this game just kind of supports that. So it's easy to keep things fresh in terms of build crafting. So I'd say that's the State Wonderlands. And we just got last week the final part of the 4th DLC content release schedule. So like we've gotten all of the announced content. We don't know what's coming next. We don't know if anything's coming next. So I guess we're just kind of waiting. Stomach, stop it. I think I can never understand if you know something's broken. I'm like, oh, this is cool. I'm doing a lot of damage. That's a big credit to the theory crafting and testing community. We've got a lot of people who look at these things from different angles. We'll crunch the numbers on the math. We'll have people test. Sometimes people dig into the game files and see how things are supposed to work and see how they match up. But it's a group effort. It's a group effort. No one figures out these things by themselves. And there's a lot of community members, who work hard to know how these things work. Need to get back into this and find the time. You dabble in Warframe. Warframe's one of those things that I have been told I would enjoy very much, but I am also fairly certain that I don't have the time for. It's one of those things that I give the side eye to every once in a while. I've never played, but it's a lot of people who have similar tastes in game to me recommend it to me, and I've heavily considered it a lot recently. They've got a big update coming out, like very shortly, right?
My feet, oh, probably. He's still above or something, right?
Today? Ooh, today. I'll have no idea what's going on, but maybe I'll watch some people play that and see what's what. I can threads fade reliably, crit drill, and he's in the range stage. Have you tried on Bernadette? I'm curious if the tracking goes fast enough. Probably doesn't, but if it's capable of hitting Bernadette, then that's good. It's good info to have. Only 6 months in, comparatively, there are new things found in BL1 and BL2 recently, so yeah, a lot more to come. Yeah. BL2 is still finding new things discovered 10 years in, BL1's finding new things discovered 13 years in, and BL3 is finding new things discovered 3 years in. I don't know the state of TPS, but, you know, TPS is 8 years old, and I'm sure there's stuff that hasn't been discovered there. So there's always more to do. Moxie will probably load up soon. Yeah, I think he tweeted about that. I'll have to watch that. If I want to play it, some games have just been taking my time since Elden Ring came out. Oh, understandable. There's so many games in my backlog. So many games. Like Gunfire Reborn just got a big update, and I've owned the game for a while. I've just not actually played it. Like, it's been on my radar since it first came out. I've just not played it. Among many other games. Excited for the hunt when it happens? Yeah, the drop system in this game works a lot different than Borderlands games, so a hunt would have to be implemented somewhat differently. I think it logistically could be done, but the question is whether the organizers would want to do it in that way. I don't know. Hotline Miami series has been on my radar forever. I haven't picked it up yet. Yeah, I've heard nothing but good things about Hotline Miami. Just never played it. Waiting for another Metroid stream. Metroid Dread was an exceptional game. Really enjoyed that. And that kind of game isn't my scene at all. Like, I wasn't really a Metroid kid growing up or anything. I played a couple of the games and was like, oh, these are fine. But Metroid Dread was like, oof, hit different. Or they're maybe talking about doing BL2 as its 10th anniversary. That would fit. That would fit. Drops in Borderlands always remind me of Diablo 3. Yeah. Wonderlands is the most Diablo-like of all the Lands games. Easily. Because not only does it have the itemization it's a lot like Diablo, but now it's got the gameplay structure. Chaos Chamber is basically Nephilim Rifts. Basically the same thing, except with the loot room at the end. Most of the votes for K6 poll went to BL2 or both BL2 and 3. I feel like a lot of people voting for BL2 Hunt don't remember what BL2 hunts actually look like. They're way less interesting than BL3 hunts, but... Hey, whatever the people decide. The hunt will be a great event that I'll be happy to support, because if you guys don't know what the hunt is, it's a community scavenger hunt, where you, within an established rule set and time frame, you go and collect unique items in the game to score points, and it's a charity event. Every year, the hunt raises money for St. Jude Children's Research Hospital, and it's always just kind of one of those times where the Borderlands community comes together and is like, hey, you know, we do good shit. So I'm always happy to, I don't participate because it's not my favorite gameplay, but I always like amplifying my friends who are participating, and I contribute because it's a cause that does mean a lot to me as well. They forgot the OG BL2 drop rates? Yeah. They forgot how bored everyone got at tubby farming. And wildlife preserve farming. Ooh, Curse of Malice with 2 spell damage and a crit damage part. Pick that up. Or spawn farming, oh boy. You guys remember with the last BL3 hunt how long people spent stuck farming the arms race class mods? Well, tubby farming was just that in BL2. Just the same thing. Coffee, thanks for the 100 bits. Yeah, arms race farming completely translates to tubby farming. So if you thought that was a slog, there were some people who got stuck on that for like 18 hours or something crazy. It's the same thing. See if I can roll that decent rage handle enchant. Cobra farmer, talk about self farm. The rates of the Cobra aren't even that bad, it's just the farm itself is awkward. And then the item isn't really worth it in the end. Ooh, we got Consec. Arms race class mods are brutal, man. I've seen some people stuck an entire day on that. Yeah, what happened with those is when DLC 6 released, they introduced some more items into DLC 5 that are part of DLC 5. So DLC 5 owners just, got them as well. But those were not distributed. Not only were they added to existing loot pools, but they were also distributed unevenly. So it created a situation where not all the class mods had the same rates anymore, but all of them still got lower than they were. So for example, Moses class mod is the rarest because that chest has an extra item assigned to it. So they took already hard farms, made them harder by expanding the pool for that, and they're not even equal anymore. So like, all of the class mods gave people trouble, but some were more problematic than others, at least statistically. In practice, it varied person to person, but yeah. Always felt like the Jackbot class mod drop rate should have been the standard for class mods. 100% agree, Pollination. 100% agree. Jackpot DLC farming as a whole, also Hemovorous with Company Man, proved that because of the extent of part variance, you could totally justify 100% drop rates for items being farmed to be used. Now, in the venue of something like the Hunt, 100% drop rate is a lot less interesting for your progression, but still. It can work. Companion critical hit chance work with Pog Totems? No. Ability. Cat. Felt bad for Siren. She only needed Zane mod to finish. Got it like 35 to 45 minutes after end. Oh no. That's brutal. That's brutal. What are you doing, Cat? I think he's telling me I'm overtime. Between Jackbot and Ion Cannon Boss, such a good DLC to... such a good start to DLC boss farming. Yeah, the DLC 2 was just brutal. DLC 2, in contrast, introduced 2 sniper rifles that had high part variants that only came from chests. Specific chests, at that. Specific chests within a specific DLC, and nowhere else. Kind of opposite sides of the same philosophy there. Just, it was a choice. We'll do one more run.
You go on ahead. I'll swing in.
People be forgetting DLC 2 didn't have drops originally. Yeah, some of the items just didn't have sources. And you had to world drop farm them. People started caring a lot less about old god farming over time as we got more and more DLC shields, but old god was a very frustrating farm for a lot of people for a long time. The lead pigwort is tanky. No. DLC 3 drop rate should be the standard within the entire series. Make specific items have higher drop rates if they're intended to be good. So DLC 3 had more forgiving drop rates in the base game, while not as free as Jackpot DLC. And most of the items were good, so it just kind of felt good, like a good compromise to everyone. I still prefer the DLC 1 method because it proved that, you know, because of part variance, you could just outright give a copy of the item every time, and people still end up there for many hours farming. But yeah, DLC 3 was another good example of how they can tune drops. You're absolutely right. DLC 4 went back in the other direction, more towards DLC 2, of like, okay, this farm is long, this rate is low, and then you have part variance. No. In fact, we were talking about the hunt. DLC 4 was one of the more frustrating areas of the BL3 hunt. Because you had to farm for, when farming that DLC, in the pools were also the purple versions of those items. But those were world drops in the pools, so you had to world drop farm those. Pain. I remember Deceptix was very frustrated with that part of the hunt. DLC 3 did right as they made most of the daily drops to be world drops too. I can't think of a DLC 3 item that's not a world drop, at least a legendary. There's like a couple quest rewards, but I think they're all... Yeah. I think one of them is Bloom is guaranteed from Ruiner, right? I don't know why I think it is. Maybe it's just high chance. Fuzzy memory there. $50%. Which felt good enough that my brain briefly told me guaranteed. Okay, this is the power of Crit Connoisseur. I'm using lightning damage. Like, this is lightning damage against Celissa, who heavily resists it. $30? $30's still good. Especially because Ruiner is just one of the fastest farms. Death's Blessing, Zane Mod, Saw Bar, Predatory Lending, those are the ones that slowed me down a shitload. Blessing took me about 3 hours. Oh yeah, you have to farm Seer for that, right? Yeah. Either only daddy drops like Bloom, Miscreant, Stone Thrower. Stone Thrower, really? Yeah, I don't remember ever seeing a world drop Miscreant, so that makes sense. Yeah, that all tracks. I still think the DLC 1 for that game is the most comprehensive picture of how farming could and should look, because DLC 1 has diversity in items. It has ones that are both guaranteed and ones that aren't. Whereas DLC 3, for example, it's all guns. Like, think about the DLC 3 items. They're all guns except for quest rewards, which are 1 bad artifact, a couple mediocre grenades. It's all guns. Whereas DLC 1 has class mods, has shields, has guns. Light Show could have been guaranteed because it has a lot of variations. Yeah, exactly. Light Show's got a lot of variation. Herald doesn't have that much. Enough that you can still get an impressive damage swing, but Herald doesn't have that much, so that's an example of something that could stay as is, or even be made more scarce. Is the old B shield in this game? No. But the way these games work have changed enough that it wouldn't even be good. Or at least it wouldn't even be like some showstopper. So, thankfully, no. There's a beast spell. There's a beast skill. But maybe we don't mean that kind of beast. Not the bees! Back on the first subject, I heard you farm something, let it go to lawsuit, join another person's game, lower level, you can reclaim the level your character is. So I don't know if that's true. It is. Now, this does let you get some items that are otherwise not legit. For example, some items, because of the parts they spawn with, are forced to be a certain level or higher. That exploit gets around that, so you can generate items that cannot drop in that way. So I'd be careful. Like, for example, fire has a minimum level of 3. You cannot have anything fire below level 3 with very rare exceptions. Like, I think you can get a companion at level 1. But you can't get fire grenades below level 3. Certain other shield and grenade parts are locked to, like, level 9. Artifacts are minimum 26, I believe. Things like that. But with the lawsuit exploit, it forces them to be as low as level 1. Radiation Frost at 13, rocket launchers are 10. There you go. 27 for artifacts, yeah. So you're familiar with that. Basically, the lost loot thing can force it to be even lower than what it's supposed to be. Ooh, that's a Scarlet Claw with 2 points in Awe. Take that. Ascended Pan. Take that. How you doing, David? Cryo's 18 unless it's a cryo-only gun. Yeah, and if you get a Nighthawken below that threshold, it will be non-elemental. Oh, I'm a level 13 Scourge and get on with my life. If it's something that technically can be possible, then by all means, just save edit it. Cryo is 13. Nope, that's rad. And then there's some individual items that, like, have different rules. Like the Nighthawken thing mentioned. I feel when I get it from the ground, it's extremely unlikely that'll ever happen, so if that's what you want, then this is what you gotta deal with. Did the fixed arms race being able to get around the artifact floor? They did. They did. Rip negative mag passes. Now, technically, they didn't remove the ones that already existed, J-Bridge. They just stopped more from happening. Gray area. Okay, this cat is losing his mind, and I ran over. I did a long stream today instead of a short one. I'm proud of myself. But anyway, thank you guys so much for hanging out. For all the love and support today. It's good to be back. I will be live tomorrow. Probably more Wonderlands. Probably. Maybe something else. Most likely Wonderlands. But starting Friday, I will not be live for 10 days. So keep that in mind. 11 days probably. But yeah, so tomorrow last stream for a bit, but then I'll be back. And when I get back, probably doing more variety. Like I want to do a full series Dragon Age playthrough on stream which will probably be a lot of very long streams. Because I love those games so much, and I'd want to make a lot of progress each time. But yeah, let's find somewhere for you guys to go. I gotta feed this guy too. Lazy's on. Moxie's doing Warframe. Dame's playing Arkham Origins. She's been working her way through all the games. Let's go to Lazy. His stream schedule is, today's one of his days off work. So his streams have been a little more sporadic, so I feel a little less bad for primarily rating Lazy, but it's where I want to be, so I want to bring you guys there too. Go ahead and spam, let's do Quack Chads for the raid. Okay, copy that. I will see you guys tomorrow. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you for everything. You guys are great. And during my absence, I did get a lot of support, a lot of kind words from you guys, and that always leaves a profound impact on me. So yeah, enough mush. Let's go shitpost in Lazy's chat, see what he's doing. Love you all. Bye bye.
Ages, or am I not understanding how